pretty eye. Goddamn. Goddamn. Sooner or later, I'm gonna have a goddamn pretty eye me take though. I can't deny her though. She's my bestie. She's my bestie. That's my bestie. Your pair of eyes had me paralyzed. Toxic nigga, but you made me to a better guy. Smoke, but with you on forever, ever high. Could watch you all day, girl, like you televised. You think like this nigga, they ain't never lied. I lived the beaches alone, I had to pick a side. Look in your eyes, girl, you were hypnotized. Of course, it was your breasts, hips, and them damn thighs. Close my eyes, I'm still mesmerized. To get mad at my bestie, I tried. That's my bestie. My pretty
I heard she's the one, she's got it going on. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. She don't take no mess. My bestie is the best. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. I heard she's the one, she's got it going on. That's my pretty eyes, baby.
Hey, Cold Pepsi, how are you? All right, I'm going to jump into this Jermaine Bass. It's called the Bedtime Unaliving. I don't know exactly what's going on. They're 3 days ahead, but I'm going to watch from the beginning and then go from there. So I might have to do 2 streams. I'm doing well. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, all right, let's get into it. Hold on. I don't like that. Cold Pepsi, will you let me know if it's like crackly or whatever? Because sometimes it does that. Okay, let's start.
All right, have a seat. Good morning. How are you? Great. Welcome back, everyone. I see you're all jacketed and sweatered up. So you took my warning literally. Have any of you seen or heard or learned anything about this case, inadvertently or otherwise, either that you recall now and didn't talk about on Friday or over the weekend? And that means no media coverage. No one's heard any of the media coverage or anything like that. All right, great. So I have a few preliminary instructions to read you before we get started. I'm going to ask that you pay attention to these. Many of these instructions you might have heard before. As you know, you've been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Jermaine Bass. And this is a criminal case, and Mr. Bass is charged with first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, and 2 counts of aggravated child abuse that occurred during the commission of an aggravated battery. The definition of the elements of those criminal offenses will be explained to you later. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence, and it's not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your responsibility as a juror to determine what the true facts of this case are. Thus, your job and my job are very different in this regard, and this is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. So let me explain briefly how the trial would be conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the lawyers have an opportunity, if they wish to do so, to make opening statements to you. Now, lawyers are not witnesses, so what they say is not testimonial evidence like witness testimony would be, but opening statements are intended to tell you what they think the facts of the case will be during the course of the trial. After opening statements,
okay, hold on just 1 second. I gotta change browsers
and other items of physical evidence will.
So hold on. I will be right back, I promise. Or let me see. Let me see if I could do this. Come on. Get me in there. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm doing the Jermaine Bass case out in Florida. Let's see.
The case will be during the course of the trial. After opening statements, witnesses will be called. They'll be examined and cross-examined by the lawyers. Documents and other items of physical evidence will also be introduced into evidence. After all evidence has been presented, I'll have the opportunity.
Hey, Room Shaker. What's up, Blue Devil G? What's up, Trey? How are you? It's 3 days in, so I'm trying to go back and, watch from the beginning. I might have to do like two and a half or a day and a half because, the breaks and stuff, so I can go right through those breaks and whatever. But yeah, it's been going on for 3 days. I was going to cover it and I got wrapped up in other crap. I think it started the day. Matter of fact, I think it started the day that Rocky's verdict came in, and then they didn't have what do you call it, Monday? So, yeah. All right, okay. But I'm starting from the beginning, so I'll have to do like a day and a half or whatever.
To instruct you on the law. You'll each have your own written set of jury instructions or the law. So it's not a civics exam. You don't have to memorize anything. That'll be for your use during the course of closing arguments. Then the lawyers will give closing arguments to you, and then you'll retire to begin your deliberations. I'll just remind you should not form any definite, fixed, or final opinions on the merits of this case until you have heard all of the evidence, the arguments of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law. During the course of the trial, the state generally goes first in its presentation of evidence and its examination of witnesses, etc. But please don't come to any definite, fixed, or final opinions until the conclusion of the trial, after you have ability to evaluate all of the evidence and the cross-examination and other evidence that's presented. You should not form, you're not to communication rules. We talked a little bit about on Friday as well. I just want to reiterate, you're not to communicate with anyone, including family or friends or your fellow jurors, about this case or the people and places involved in this case. And just as you may not communicate verbally, that also means any other types of electronic communication, like tweeting or texting or posting on the Facebook or Instagram or whatever all of those programs are that you can do. No doing any independent research of your own, no going by any of the scenes that are described during the course of the trial, or Googling anything about this case, the people and places involved in this case, the law related to this case, or quite frankly, anything going on about what's happening here in the courtroom. During the trial, we will take recesses. You'll be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs as you have this past weekend. Obviously, all of these communication rules apply during those deliberations. I'll just remind you while you're here at the courthouse, keep your juror buttons on while you're here. We share common hallways, elevators, entrances with witnesses and family members and other people that might have an interest in this case. So just don't put yourself in the position where you're overhearing people having discussions about this case. And of course, if anyone were to try to come up to you to have a discussion about this case, please remind them that you're on the jury and let one of our bailiffs know so they can advise me. Your cell phones, computers, tablets, other types of electronic devices should be turned off while you're here in the courtroom. And I always say off means really off, not on vibrate. So when it goes off, it still annoys the person sitting next to you. And again, the reason for this is that everyone needs to have and pay 100% attention when their witnesses are testifying and other things are happening in the courtroom. So just don't let your electronic devices be a distraction for your neighbor. Of course, you cannot take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of these proceedings or of your fellow jurors. I'll just remind you, in every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it duty of a defendant to prove his innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is never permitted to draw any inference of guilt. And the fact that a defendant chose or did not choose to testify at trial cannot affect your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys here are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, so it's their duty and obligation to make legal objections that they believe are proper. How that works is if an objection is made to a question that's asked, if I sustain the objection, that means the witness will not be allowed to answer that question. You shouldn't try to speculate on what the witness might have said and he or she been permitted to answer the question, or speculate about why I'm not letting you hear the answer. It's a legal determination that I've made that it's not appropriate for you to hear. If I overrule the objection, that means the witness will be allowed to answer the question, but you shouldn't hold it against the lawyers or the parties for making objections. As I said, they're doing what they believe are legally proper to preserve the record in the case. Bench conferences. During the trial, it might be necessary, as you saw us do on Friday a couple of times, to talk about matters that are not appropriate for you to hear. We try to do that as seldom as possible. We try to do it up here at the bench in a little bench conference, but the purpose of a bench conference is that you not hear what we're discussing. We are electronically enhanced, and there's speakers above your jury box. So if you are overhearing what's happening up here, there'll always be a bailiff close to you by that door. Let him or her know so that we can adjust our volume up here. Note taking. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you're welcome to. Of course, you are not required to take notes. A few things for convenience. I think I see some of them on your laps. We have a plastic sort of container with a notepad and a writing utensil of some sort in there if you'd like to use them. First, please don't become so consumed with taking notes that you forget to listen to the next question or answer that's coming along after that. Sometimes when we're furiously writing, we kind of tune out what's happening. So be careful about that. Secondly, if one of you is a way better note taker than everyone else, that does not mean he or she becomes the official court reporter once you get into the jury room. Sometimes people jot things down wrong. So just because it's in the notes of one of your peers, if you have a different memory, I'm going to ask you to rely on your own independent memories. That's why you've been individually chosen as jurors in the first place. Additionally, rest assured that the notes are for your use and your use alone. The bailiffs keep them secured while you're not using them. They do not become a part of this record. The lawyers do not read them. I do not read them. I'm actually required by law to shred them at the conclusion of the trial. So just rest assured that they're your private notes for your use. As I said, we will take recesses during the course of the trial. Sometimes my idea of when a recess should occur might vary from when
You know, okay, this whole like them taking it and shredding it. How many of you believe that they actually take those notes and shred them? I really don't believe so. But anyways, I feel like people should be able to keep their notes. I mean, if it's their personal notes for their personal use, they should be able to keep those notes because, you know, you never know. Some jurors like to, you know, take their experiences throughout the trial, write a book, whatever. It's like you don't want them to do that, you know? I mean, come on.
your idea of a recess should occur. So if that happens, try to get the attention of one of the bailiffs sitting next to me so he or she can know, or try to let me know to take a recess when appropriate. Again, this is a serious matter. There's a lot of information coming at you, and the average attention span of a human being is something like 15 minutes, and we don't take breaks every 15 minutes. So if you just need a comfort break, or just a break to get out of the courtroom and get out of the intensity of what's happening here. I just need
not a comfort break. She's going Glanville. Okay, anyways, let me stop.
A break of that sort. Please feel free to let us know that. You're not interrupting the proceedings. You're not doing anything wrong. It's not as formal as it appears on TV. We'd all rather have you comfortable and attentive rather than uncomfortable or needing to get out of here and feeling like you're not being able to. Additionally, I have jurors ask all the time, can we ask questions as jurors of the witnesses? That answer is no. The state has the burden of proof, so the questions that are required to be asked need to come from the state, and we don't allow jurors to assist in that.
See, okay, I like trials where the jurors get to ask the questions, some questions like maybe, they feel like, the state or the defense didn't bring up and they should have. I feel like it also puts your mind where the juror is, if they're on the side of the state or side of the defense.
Endeavor. However, if it's something that you just missed, like you didn't hear it the first time around, or the witnesses are mumbling and the volume is bad or something like that, please feel free to wave your hand and just shout out, repeat that, or say that again, or get the bailiff to let us know that you just need something repeated. In ordinary life, we are able to turn to our friend and say, hey, did that witness say blue or green? But I've told you cannot do that. So it's important that you get it the first time around. So if you just missed something because of the activities in the courtroom and you just need something repeated, please feel free to interrupt us to do that. So I think that's it from me. Any logistical questions before we get started? Everybody good to go? All right. Stay prepared to make an opening statement.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
The gun discharged. It was an accidental discharge. I was trying to take out the magazine and it went off. They was both in bed. I was in their room. Where was your wife? She was in her room. Those are the words, ladies and gentlemen, of that man seated right over there, Jermaine Bass. Those were the words he told those deputies when they arrived and found these children shot in the head.
Oh my God.
That was his explanation to them of why 2 children were shot in the head. Accident discharge. I was trying to take out the magazine and it went off. That was his explanation. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see this was no accident.
Hey, sometimes it does happen, but okay, I'm going to say this. If you own a gun, you need to be a responsible gun owner, because accidents like this do happen. What about putting a gun on safety, like keeping it on safety? I don't understand how you can dink around with a loaded shot or a loaded gun, and you're not responsible enough to put the safety on. And what are you doing in your kid's bedroom with the gun? Like, kids should be away from guns. But anyways, okay, I digress. And hey, this is their story. I don't know.
This was not an accident. You're also going to hear, he will tell them where the gun is. In the dresser, upstairs, a silver dresser. You're going to hear him tell them. And sure enough, they go there, they find that gun. And ladies and gentlemen, that gun is the murder weapon. That is the gun that fired the bullets into Jermaine Bass and killed her. And the evidence is going to show that. He told them right where that gun was, right next to his wallet.
But why was it in his kid's bedroom?
You will not only hear these things, you will see him say these things to the deputies when they arrive on scene. You're going to hear from some of the responding deputies that arrive. These deputies wear what are called body-worn cameras. These cameras capture interactions with citizens.
Trey, that's a fact. Like, we do. We got to, this is just the state side. We got to follow the evidence. You got to show me that he meant to do that to his kids. I just, anyways, let me.
Interactions during events. They come on generally when they're responding to a scene. They're not on all the time, but they come on when they're responding to a scene. And these came on for some of these deputies. So you are going to see Jermaine Bass that night. You're going to hear his explanation to the deputies of how both his children ended up shot in the head. What you will not hear from him are any questions about how is his daughter doing? How is his son doing?
Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay. I have a question. You're telling me that he said it accidentally discharged and it hit both of them in the head? Wow, that's one powerful bullet. All right, let me keep going.
Sustained.
You will never hear him say it was anyone else other than it was an accidental discharge while I was taking out the magazine. That's what you will hear. But the evidence will show you, ladies and gentlemen, this was no accidental discharge. 5 shots from that Glock. 4 hit their target. 3 of them went into the head of Jayla Bass, his daughter, his 5-year-old daughter. As she lay in the...
Oh, hell no. 5? Oh, there ain't no way that was accidental, sir. No way. Let me try to move this, though. There's no way, sir. Sir, hello, sir. Maybe I should put it over here.
Bed right next to her brother, who was also shot in the head, in the temple. These were aimed, they were precise, they were targeted right to the most crucial part of the body, the head. 5 shots, 4 in the head. That's what the evidence is going to show you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, you got to show me.
On August 29th of 2022, this defendant right here walked into that bedroom where these 2 little children were laying in their bed, and he shot 5 times into their heads. Why this man would take the life of his 5-year-old daughter, Jayla Bass, and attempt to take the life of his 8-year-old son, Jermaine Bass, we may not know. We may never know. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, I told you during rder that we don't have to prove motive. But ladies and gentlemen, you will hear some evidence. You will hear some evidence that something was not right in the Bass household. Something was not going right there. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is going to show you that this house involved Jermaine Bass, who lived there with his wife, Shirley Bass, and their daughter, Jayla, and the son, Jermaine, as well. And it might get a little confusing, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm going to probably call the son JJ. That's kind of the nickname they gave him, because both the son and father are both named Jermaine Bass, and there's no like junior or anything like that. So if you hear me from time to time use the word JJ, I'm referring to the son. So on this date, on August 29th, 2022, you're going to hear that Shirley Bass, the wife, went by herself to a birthday dinner for her sister. You're going to hear that evening she left around 6 o'clock. She drove down, and where this happened is on Heritage Club. And I believe I told you about this during rder. This is an area up near USF. It's up near the Advent Hospital up there on Bruce B. Downs and Fletcher, right kind of behind there, back in a little neighborhood there. And these are like townhomes that they lived in. Okay, it's got an upstairs where the children's bedroom is, and there's a downstairs where it's kind of the kitchen and kind of a great room. And you're going to hear that she left at 6. In fact, you'll see video of her car, her white face pulling out and heading towards Ruth's Chris Steakhouse down on West Shore. Okay, so she had to go all the way down Fletcher, get on 275, go all the way down to West Shore, if you're all familiar with the area, and then go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, where she was meeting the family for a celebration dinner for her sister. You're going to hear from some people who were at that dinner, and they will tell you Shirley was happy, everything seemed fine. Shirley goes there that night with her niece, China Gadsden, and you're going to hear from China Gadsden as well. Right? She's going to tell you that they were having a wonderful time. As Shirley went, and they had dinner, and everyone was getting along very well. Jermaine was not there. He was supposed to be home taking care of the kids. But he was not home taking care of the kids. The evidence is going to show that he left those kids, drove all the way to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Basically followed Shirley Bass. Why? I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. But he did. The phone records will conclusively show that he left. We also have video of his Nissan truck pulling out and leaving that residence not long after Shirley leaves. You're going to hear from China that when they were driving away, as they were leaving Ruth's Chris, there was this truck behind her that was really driving aggressively and scaring her. She didn't know what was going on. It was tailgating her. So just as she's pulling onto the on-ramp to get on the interstate, this truck is right on her tail, and she's scared. So she stops the car. This truck pulls around her and stops in front. And who gets out of that car? Jermaine Bass. Gets out of that car angry, goes up to the driver's door, thinking that it would be his wife in the driver's seat, but it was China. So he looks at his wife and says, "Are you drunk?" He then goes back into his car and drives away. Don't know why that was, but it's clear, ladies and gentlemen, there was some problems going on in that household. there was evidence to show that there was something going on in that household. And Jermaine Bass, the defendant, was not happy about it. So you're going to hear that they drive home. Shirley drops off China at her house, which she lived up in that same sort of area. And she goes home. And you're going to see video from an apartment complex. In this video is part of it shows the parking lot area in front of the residence where Shirley and Jermaine lived. And you're going to see the defendant pull in this big truck, park the truck, go inside. A few minutes later, you're going to see Shirley's car pull up. She's going to park the car, and then she goes in. Less than 8 minutes later, you're going to see Shirley Bass outside, looking for help, frantic. Shots had rang out. Just a few minutes from coming home from this dinner to celebrate her sister. Shots. Those are the shots that killed Jayla. It seriously hurt Jermaine, JJ. You're going to see video of her out there walking around, looking for help. You're going to hear from one of her neighbors, Daquan Evans, who's going to tell you that he heard these shots. It woke him up. So he walks outside and he sees Shirley Bass. He's on the phone calling 911 and letting them know, I heard shots in my neighborhood. And you're going to hear that 911 call. And you will hear Daquan Evans, and then you will hear Shirley get on that phone call. You're going to hear a woman who's frantic, hysterical. It's a very difficult, hard to understand conversation. But you're going to hear her screaming, my family, you need to get down here. I need help. And she's on that phone with 911. The defendant calling 911? No, but you're going to hear evidence that he called another number. After shooting these children, he calls another number, doesn't even call 911. So Shirley's out there, and you're going to hear the whole 911 call. It'll go into evidence. You will have it back there to listen to when you go back and deliberate later in this trial. And you're going to hear that around the 2-minute mark, 2:40 minutes, 2 minutes, 2:40, something changes really fast. And based on the video you're going to see of her out there on the phone when she's talking to 911, at one point she starts jumping. But you're going to see that the door opens up to the house of Shirley and Jermaine, and she walks over there. And right about that time, you're going to hear Shirley Bass on that phone screaming at somebody, what the fuck is wrong with you? She's yelling at that man right there, Jermaine Bass. May not be clear if she knows what he's done, but she knows he's done something. And she screams, what the fuck is wrong with you? She says it a couple of times. So you're going to hear that 911 call on that night. And then after that 911 call, the deputies arrive. And this is where you'll see what the deputies see when they get there. You're going to get to see it. Because this body on camera, it's going to take you into the house. It's going to take you into the apartment. And you're going to see how they walk in there. You're going to see Jermaine Bass holding JJ. And JJ's got a bullet hole to his head. He's still coherent. He's still alive. And he's in pain because he's saying, ow, my head. And Jermaine's just holding him. And they ask him, is there anyone else here? He says, no. So these deputies are clearing the house. And they do what they do when they come into a house and they don't know the situation. They want to make sure they know where everyone is. So they go and check out the rooms, make sure they clear the rooms. And they're going to tell you all about that. That's when they go upstairs and they go to the child's room. And suddenly one of them notices it's a little girl. And you're going to hear her.
Why can't you stream court in Australia? They don't allow it? They don't like public court? Is all their courts private? That's interesting.
You're going to hear the moment you notice her. And you're going to hear her go, sweetie. And you will see from the body-worn camera, the deputy reach over to take her off that bed. And he will tell you how he takes her off the bed and brings her.
And hello, how are you? I'm glad to see you.
Down and they try to administer life-saving support for her, but it's too late. But you will see her position. You will see her curled in that bed with blood all around her. This is what those deputies saw on that day. So they take her out. They take Jermaine away. The ambulance arrives and they get him out of there. And then you're going to see the defendant calmly telling him those things that I told you. I was unloading the magazine and it went off. So at this point, they start to collect the physical evidence. And this is where you're going to see all the physical evidence that was collected in this case. You're going to see the shell casings, 5 shell casings that belong to a .380 Glock. All 5 shell casings were found on the bed, the bunk bed in the room. This is a bunk bed. 4 of the casings are found in the top bunk. 1 of the casings is found in the bottom bunk. So again, this is crime scene. Children have been removed to Oakland
Those
Stadium.
poor babies.
Now they are securing the crime scene and they're reviewing all the evidence. And this is what they find. They find damage hole to one of the walls where a bullet clearly went through. And you're going to see that it did go through, and it goes into the bathroom, and the adjoining bathroom, and it goes through that bathroom and into the wall. And they're able to obtain that projectile. You're going to see pictures of the condition of the residence at that time. You're going to see pictures of a lot of blood. And I want to warn you that you will, okay? But it's important that you pay attention to those pictures and look at those pictures.
I'm glad they don't show that.
You're going to hear from a DNA expert. The Glock is found exactly where the defendant said it would be, in the silver dresser, right next to his wallet. And that Glock is taken out. It's looked at. The magazine in it is now empty. There's no other ammunition in the Glock. And they take that Glock in, and it gets analyzed. The comparison is done with the shell casings, and yes, they match. Those shell casings found in the room were in fact fired from that firearm. You're going to have a firearms expert who's going to testify to you and explain to you how they know that. You're also hear that the gun was swabbed. And what that means is they take like a solution or water and they rub it on the gun at different areas to determine whether they can pick up any DNA. And you're going to hear that on the grip and trigger, it's combined, so we don't know if it's both or so. But on the grip / trigger, as well as on the base of the gun where the magazine is put in, they're able to obtain DNA. And the DNA does match, in fact, Jermaine Bass. But there's one other source of the DNA, and you're going to hear that it matches the son, JJ, the other Jermaine Bass. Now, I want you to listen to that expert. And she's going to testify to you. And she'll also explain to you about transfer DNA and how that occurs. If you touch someone and they're sweating or they got their skin cells get on you, and then you touch an object, you can transfer that person's DNA. Any bodily fluid can transfer the DNA to that property. And you're going to hear from that DNA expert who's going to explain all that to you. You're also going to hear, ladies and gentlemen, from a lady by the name of Anna Cox, who's what's called a blood spatter expert or blood stain expert. She's going to tell you and talk to you about those pictures and the blood analysis that she shows. What she will tell you is that both of these children were shot right next to each other, that their heads literally had to be almost touching. You're going to hear about what's called blood spatter, but it's where when a person is shot, the blood, once a bullet enters, has to expel from the body. And when it does, it creates a pattern. She's going to explain all that to you. And you're going to hear that the only place that pattern appears is on that top bunk, on the corner by the wall, and on the railing there. The DNA on that spot matches the DNA of Jayla Bass and JJ, Jermaine Bass. She's going to tell you they were right next to each other when they were shot. The last moments of Jayla's life was laying in that bed next to her big brother. You're going to hear about other blood. The blood drips down from the bed to the lower bunk bed, creating other patterns. She's going to describe all that to you. Ladies and gentlemen, her father, the owner of that gun, wanted these deputies to believe this was an accident.
Objection, improper argument. Overruled.
That is what he told them. In those initial moments when the deputies arrived, that's what he tells them. This was an accident. An accidental discharge of 5 rounds. This isn't an automatic gun where you hold it down and just fires repeatedly. You're going to hear from the firearms expert. Every single one of those 5 shots had to pull that trigger. Every single one. It's not that if you hold it down, it'll go off.
Like, okay, he's saying that the person that's being on trial right now, he's saying that person said that they accidentally discharged the gun when they were taking out the magazine. How do you accidentally discharge 5 shots unless it's a fully automatic gun? How does that happen? And this ain't a fully automatic. I don't hear nothing about a switch. It's a Glock. This is crazy. Oh, Lord have mercy.
You're going to hear from this firearms expert. was no accident, ladies and gentlemen. Not even close. This was a deliberate, intentional, premeditated act to kill those
How
two
can you
children.
do that to the
Done by that man right there,
babies?
Jermaine Bass. The state has no doubt, ladies and gentlemen, the conclusion of the evidence in this case, that you will find the defendant guilty as charged of first-degree murder, guilty as charged of aggravated child abuse, 2 counts, and guilty as charged of attempted first-degree murder. Thank you.
Would the defense like to make an opening statement at this time?
Crazy.
Yes. All right.
Let's hear what she got to say.
Morning. Jermaine Bass, my client, did not shoot his children. What happened on August 29, 2022 was tragic. And you're going to hear a lot of testimony about what happened on that day. And a lot we are not going to be in dispute about with the state. Where it happened, what time it happened, how many shots were fired, things of that nature. You're going to see that there's not a lot that we're going to be disputing about. But the most important part, we are. Who was responsible? Who fired the gun that injured Jayla and JJ Bass? You're going to hear the evidence because as the judge instructed you, what we say is not evidence. The evidence you're going to hear from the witness stand and from the exhibits in this case. And when you hear the evidence, pay close attention to the timeline of the events. When Shirley calls 911 and you're going to hear that call, she is not asking for police. She's asking for an ambulance. She's asking for medical help repeatedly, and you will hear it for yourself. Mr. Terry stood up here and said that he wants you to believe that it's an accident, but pay attention to what Shirley says as well about what happened. The 911 operator is continuously asking her, who fired the gun? Did somebody drive by? And pay attention to what her answers are close in time to the events. When police start their investigation, pay attention to who the police are able to talk to right away and who they have to wait to speak to. This story about Jermaine on the highway with China Gatson and Shirley Bass doesn't come to police attention until over a year after the incident. Pay attention to who's cooperating. You'll hear from the lead detective in the case and the efforts that he made to speak to Jermaine, to JJ, and to speak to Shirley about what happened. You'll hear, obviously, that after this happened and JJ was injured, he was in the hospital for a while. And then they made efforts to speak to him once he was released. You'll hear from Detective Gabbett that Shirley was uncooperative when they tried to interview her son, that they were not able to investigate her phone because she never turned it over to law enforcement for them to look at any kind of communications that were happening that night. Shirley does not call 911 from her phone. She goes across, and the phone that she is using to dial 911 is Mr. Evans' phone, an across the street neighbor. You're going to hear that Detective Gabeau had difficulty reaching out to Shirley, that they made efforts to interview JJ at the Mary Lee house. And the Mary Lee house is a location where law enforcement routinely interviews children because they're treated differently than an adult witness. And you'll hear that the first time they set it up, Shirley came, but then refused to let the interview happen. Then they tried again that afternoon, and you'll hear that JJ was disruptive, that he refused, that he walked away, and he didn't talk to them. They tried to set it up again on a later date, and he did not appear. Finally, the detectives had to serve Shirley with an investigative subpoena. They tried to get her to cooperate voluntarily, but then they were trying to force it. An investigative subpoena is not an invitation, it's a demand. So she brings him in. And when they do, he says that he does not remember what happened on that night. And that's where we're left. You're not going to hear from JJ because the state and I, the defense, agree that if he was to come in, all he would say is that he doesn't remember what happened that night. So you're not going to hear from him. My client was cooperative with law enforcement. You're going to see how he brings his son down from the bedroom after his son is injured and is waiting downstairs while Shirley goes and calls 911 to get an ambulance to help him. He stays with his son. You'll see the interaction that he has with law enforcement. And pay attention to the evidence in the investigation that's done at the scene. As Mr. Terry told you, there's blood evidence at the scene. There's testing that's done. There's additional testing that is done because it's confusing. Children were moved. And so there's a question as to where things happen. And so the additional testing that was done in this case helps give you a clearer picture of what happened in that room. You'll see a purse that was found in the children's room that belonged to Shirley that has ammunition in it, and a holster, and a magazine. You'll also see an empty holster and a child's bassinet that's in the kid's bedroom, along with a little plate that has some eaten food on it. Pay attention to the inconsistencies in the testimony and the evidence. Listen not only to the answers that the witnesses say when the state asks questions, but also when we ask questions. There'll be different versions told by the witnesses and the evidence in the case. Listen with a critical ear. Use your discernment and your common sense in this case. Pay attention to where everyone is when shots are fired, what they saw and what they heard. The gun that was recovered in the master bedroom and the dresser, the testing that was done on the scene. And as the state told you, you're going to hear that not only was Jermaine, my client's DNA on the gun, but JJ's gun. And pay attention to why that area is swabbed. There's different areas that are swabbed, and the grip and the trigger are swabbed to determine who's handling the gun. That's why those areas are swabbed. And JJ's DNA is on that gun. In the end, you're going to have more questions in this case than answers. The state is going to try very hard, as you heard in an opening statement, to try to convince you that my client shot his children that night. What they say is not evidence in the case or the true facts. The evidence comes from the witnesses, and you all were selected to determine what the true facts are in this case. Your job is the toughest job in this room. You have to determine what happened on a day that you were not there with people that you do not know. And it's going to be difficult and it's going to be hard. It's going to be emotional testimony, but you were picked for a reason. You agreed not to base your decision on sympathy or bias. You agreed to hold the state to their burden in this case. And you agreed to presume my client innocent. As difficult as it might be, that is your job as a juror. What happened on that day is very tragic and sad, but my client did not shoot his children. You will understand why he said what he said to police. At the end of the case, after listening to all the evidence and the law, you will agree and find Jermaine Bass not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you. State can call your first witness.
Circle Rebecca McElvin.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Set this one.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
I'm Rebecca McLeman, MacLeman, and I'm the 911 records custodian for Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
All right, thank you, McLean. Mr. McLean, that's I was just about to ask you what you did, and you were saying what are the jobs and duties of a records custodian of 911 at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I save all calls as requested.
Okay. And is that part of your regular course of business? What you do is routinely?
It is.
Okay. And how explain to the jury again how these 911 calls are recorded, how they come in, and all of that.
They're recorded automatically from the time that the call is answered and then end when the call is disconnected. In that call, we get all kinds of information, date, time, call taker, location, phone number, address, and any other information that we may gain from that.
Right. Now, you're not the one who's answering these phones. You're just in charge of recording them, correct?
Now, yes.
No. Okay, but there was a time when you did that.
Yes.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to listen to a recording in this particular case?
Yes,
All right. And was that recording regularly kept in the course of business at your work?
it was.
And we'll show you what's the Martin States Exhibit number 1 for identification. You recognize that?
I do.
All right. And is this the actual recording you listened to?
It is.
And is this a true, in fact, recording of the 911 call that was taken on that day, August 29th, 2022?
It is.
Does it move to publish this at this time?
Sure.
You should know. That's right there. This is fine. So here. Play it earlier.
You guys can check it out.
Don't forget what that is.
Okay, you know what it is coming from? I get it back on 137.
Monday, August 29, 2022, 22:33 and 42 seconds.
911, do you need police, fire, or medical?
Yeah, you do want, it's a first, it's a fresh out to my neighborhood.
Okay, let's
13915, I'm there, Heritage Club Drive,
Okay.
Florida.
Is it the house, the home, or apartment?
And the parking, I heard outside.
Okay, how many shots
Oh,
is
yeah, I
there?
heard it. I heard a couple, but they dropped there, they told me that, I didn't know, I heard that shots, I did.
Okay, do you know what area it's coming from? Like, is it coming from 137, 42nd, any specific area?
No, it's in the neighborhood,
Okay. How long ago did you hear?
just like 2 minutes ago.
Okay. No, after you heard the shot, did you ever hear anything else suspicious? Somebody screaming, a car that set off really quickly, anything like that?
Oh, yeah, see, I got right now.
Okay. Do you want to put her on the phone?
You want to be on the phone? Yeah.
Sheriff's office, can you tell me what happened? Okay, what happened? I'm being on the phone, okay? What happened? Because you're crying. Okay, ma'am, hold on. Take a deep breath. I can't understand you when you're crying like that. Take a deep breath. What happened?
Listen, I just need you to come to West Florida, say, just please.
What happened? I have to call it. What happened? Did somebody get shot? Someone shot who? Yes, ma'am, take a deep breath. Ma'am, listen, stop, ma'am. Stop talking and breathe. Just stop talking and breathe. Yes, I understand, ma'am. I can't understand you. Okay. All right, I'm getting you on the phone. Ma'am. Ma'am. Ma'am, what's going on? Where's the gun? Ma'am. What? Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, stop yelling and talk to me. Who has a gun? Ma'am, the cops are already on the way. You need to answer my question. So who has a gun? Ma'am, stop yelling and talk to me. Who has a gun? Okay, where is he bleeding? Ma'am, the call's already in.
I can't hear it. That was
Melanie
hard to
answers
hear.
calls right here. What is that?
She disconnected.
Okay. And then she calls back, or someone from that number calls back. Is that correct?
So hard to understand her. So we got a transcript. So hard to understand her. I mean, rightfully so. I would be like hysterical too.
No, you need police, fire, or medical. Hello? Hello, ma'am. Okay, I have deputies on the way. Where is he shot at? Okay. Okay, the ambulance and cops are on the way. Where is he shot? Okay, who shot him in the head? Who shot him in the head, ma'am? Okay, nobody, was it a car that drove by?
You're no help being hysterical
Okay,
though.
does
I
anybody
mean,
know?
shit.
Somebody in the house? Where did he go? Okay, the person with the gun, where is he at right now? Tell me. Ma'am, I have every deputy on the way right now. I need to know where the person with the gun is.
Okay, I may be missing something, but it almost sounded like she said her son ran or something like that. This is, I can't understand this call.
Ma'am, stop yelling. Ma'am, what's the house number that he's at? I have a call in. 139 what? What is it, 13915? Okay. Ma'am, I'm trying to get the guy who did this, and I need to know where he is with the gun. Ma'am, they're coming. The police and the ambulance are on the way. Okay, well, they're coming. They're coming, license, sirens, emergency. So where's the guy with the gun? Ma'am, there's the subject with the gun. I got 2 deputies on Brewski Downs right now, so I need to know where the guy with the gun is. They're both coming. The police need to secure the scene so the EMS people are safe. I need to know where the guy with the gun is. Okay, the person with the gun, where is he?
And it cuts off there. Was that who hung up there?
She did.
Okay.
She's hysterical. I don't even know how they took that call. I mean, I couldn't even understand her.
All right, Judge, I don't have any further questions of this witness.
All right.
Morning.
Very briefly. So this is 2 separate calls because you have the first call, there was a hang up, and then the person calls back. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
All right. Is she released?
She is.
All right, you could step down and you're released from your subpoena. Thank you. Call your next witness.
They will call Daquan Evans.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Morning. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
I'm DeQuan Evans. First name Daquan, last name Evans.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Evans. If you could, where are you currently living?
I live in Ocala, Florida.
Back in 2022, in August of 2022, where were you living at that time?
I was staying off 13. Well, I can't remember the name of it, but I was down here in school as a student athlete in some condominium apartments.
What school were you going to?
University of South Florida.
Right, and you were a student at, what were you playing?
Football.
Right. And what are you doing now?
I'm a mentor for Wake Up Mentoring based out of Orlando, Florida.
All right. Now going back to August 22nd August 29th of 2022, you were a student here at USF, and were you living in the Heritage Club apartments?
Yes, sir.
All right. On that particular night, did something happen?
Yes, sir.
All right. What do you recall? When do you recall the first time knowing something was going on?
And I heard like 4 or 5 shots.
All right. Where were you when you heard those shots?
In my house, in my room.
All right. And you described 4 or 5. Is that how many you thought you heard?
Yeah.
All right. What did you do upon hearing those shots?
Like back at home, I'm used to hearing those type of things going on. So I just reacted and made sure I was good in the house and just really stayed there until I heard, something else from my Ring camera. And I just went downstairs and
I can
ran into a
imagine.
lady.
How long after you heard these shots did you hear this or see this lady?
On my Ring camera, probably like next 5 to 10 minutes.
All right. Could it have been quicker than that or longer than that? Do you know?
No, I don't know.
All right. What did you do upon seeing this lady?
I went downstairs and she asked for help, basically for me to call, the officers. She asked for the address, and that's what I did.
All right. And were you in fact the person who called 911?
Yes, sir.
All right. And it was your phone she was on during that conversation?
Yes, sir.
All right. How did she appear to you?
Like shocked, like she was lost the words a little bit.
All right. Now you mentioned a ring camera. So your building had a Ring camera at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 7. Did you have a chance to look at this video?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this is a video, in fact, from your Ring camera on that night?
Yes, sir.
All right. And does this fairly and accurately depict kind of what happened in that moment when she was at your door?
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge moved as State's Exhibit number 7, admitted into evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Yeah, publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
What's that?
What's the 911?
So that's all the Ring camera was able to record on that particular moment?
Yes, sir.
And that woman out there, that's the woman who you gave the phone to when you were talking to 911?
Yes, sir.
Now, you said on the 911 call that the shots were about 2 minutes before you called 911. Would that be about right?
Yes, sir.
After hearing those shots, calling 911 and seeing that lady out there, did you do anything else?
I went back to sleep.
Okay. And did you eventually talk to officers or detectives in the case?
That I can remember, I know the detective came back to my house, I think a couple of days later, and she got the Ring footage. That's
She
all.
got the Ring footage from you?
Yeah.
All right. Judge Birmingham, one moment.
Yes.
And just to be clear, you said you called 911 2 minutes after you hear these shots, or about that time.
Yes, sir.
Had you seen Shirley Williams before you called 911?
No, sir.
You called 911 first, and then you saw Miss Williams at the door, or how did the timing of it work?
No, after the Ring camera, then I called it for.
Then you called.
Yeah.
So you'd seen her at the Ring door before, and then you called 911.
Yeah, when she asked.
Okay. And again, you described her as shocked.
Yeah.
Right. Was she be able to communicate with you?
A little bit. That's for me to call 911. That's all I can remember.
All right, Judge. I don't have any further questions for Mr. Evans.
Right.
Good morning, Mr. Evans.
Good morning.
Now, back in August of 2022, you were living at that Heritage Club Apartments.
Yes, ma'am.
How long had you lived there at that point?
Probably like a year.
Okay. And your schedule was pretty busy back then in the summer?
Yes, ma'am.
So it wasn't a situation where you would kind of hang out around the apartment or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
All of the places in that complex are all townhouses?
Yes, ma'am.
And you lived there with a roommate?
Yes, ma'am.
Did your roommate ever come out or do anything when this happened?
No, ma'am. He was asleep.
Okay, so you were asleep also when you did hear the shots?
Yeah. Once I heard him, I woke up.
Okay, and you said that you came downstairs, so your bedroom, I assume, is upstairs?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And then you come downstairs and end up coming outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anyone come to your door, or was she there at your door as you were walking out?
Just when I opened right there.
Okay. And the person that you saw that the state is describing as Shirley Williams, she wasn't someone that was known to you, right?
I don't know her at all.
Okay, so you didn't know that they lived across or anywhere that had never had any contact with them?
No, ma'am.
The setup of the complex that you were at, your townhouse building, there would be like a couple of townhouses right next to each other.
Yes, ma'am.
And yours was, I believe, the second one or the first one?
Probably the second or third one because it's in the middle.
Okay. And then there's like a walkway or a sidewalk, and then there's townhouses across from you, and you all face each other.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then if you were to come out of where your townhouse is and turn, that's the parking lot where you would be assigned a parking spot or whatever for your unit.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the parking spaces across from your parking space would be assigned to the units that are next to that.
Yes, ma'am.
And it almost forms like a T, right? Like you guys would be across from each other, and then there would be other townhouses that are kind of dead end from where you were.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you kept going past your townhouse, there would be like a pool and other units that way, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first came out, was there anyone else out there besides this woman?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And you end up being the one that first calls 911.
Yes.
And then as you're talking to the operator on 911, you end up handing the phone over to the female who came to your door.
That I can remember, yes.
Okay. And you don't have any other contact other than maybe at some point getting your phone back.
No, that's all.
Okay. So you go back to sleep. You don't know anything else about what happened.
No, ma'am.
And as far as this person appearing to be in shock or anything like that, you don't know her, but that was kind of your first impression of her demeanor at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
If I could have one moment.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Evans, just to clear something up, I misspoke and I called her Shirley Williams. Her name's Shirley Bass. Do you know Shirley Bass?
No, sir.
Okay, so when you saw that lady at your door, was that the first time you'd seen her?
Yes, sir.
All right. Had you ever spoken to her previous to that?
No, sir.
Did you ever speak to her after that?
No, sir.
All right, so that was the only time that you'd ever seen Miss Bass.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. You can step down, sir. Thank you. He released from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Call your next witness.
They were called Deputy Scott Rainey. Should we push just for a second?
Sure.
Right here, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir.
You come this way. Good morning. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Yes, ma'am. Deputy Rainey, Ranney.
Do you have a first name?
Scott.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to remove all objections as to this witness.
All right. Thank you. Same rulings.
Deputy, how are you currently employed?
At the District 1 office as a patrol deputy.
All right. And you work for the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been working with Hillsborough County?
15 years.
And what are your duties as a patrol deputy?
To answer calls when they come out, answer calls for service.
All right. And what was your position back on August the 29th of 2022?
I was an FTD,
And what does that mean?
a field training deputy that trains the new deputies as they come on.
All right. And who were you training at that time?
Deputy Rahman.
All right. And when you're training a deputy, do you work together with that deputy?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you
Oh, they're
all
going
ride
to
in
show
same
the
car,
body
Yes,
cam.
sir.
and you go to the same scenes together.
Yes, sir.
And if he has questions, does he ask you what to do?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Why is it all
And
back?
how long have
back
you
in the
been working
background?
with, who were you working with on that day? Who were you training?
Deputy Rahman.
How long have you been training Deputy Roman?
There's different phases. We were in 4th phase at that point, which is a 2-phase or a 2-week period. And we were on the first week.
Yeah, I'm just American.
And once he's done with that phase, does he go out on his own at that point?
Yes.
All right. So he was nearing the completion of his training at that
Yes.
time. All right.
But to the government, I am a white American. It's so dumb. So dumb. I don't know why we have to be a label. I really don't. I think we're all human. Or we're just male, female, whatever. All that stuff. I just don't think we should be labeled.
Debbie, what zone were you working back on August 29th of 2022?
Alpha 4.
And where is that zone? If you can explain to the jury where Alpha 4 is.
Alpha 4 is from Nebraska to Del Mabry and from Fowler up to Bears.
Okay. Does the Heritage Club apartments, did they fall within your zone?
No.
Okay. Why did you respond to the Heritage Club apartments on that night? Or did you respond to the Heritage?
Yes, we responded because we were closer to the district that time, which is closer to where those apartments are. And because I had a recruit, that is a very good call for a recruit to go to.
Okay. So you can respond to other zones if there's an emergency and you need to go there.
Yes.
All right. And it happened to be that you were kind of close to that area at that time.
Correct.
All right. Where is this area, Heritage Club apartments located?
You know, that's a tough one for me because, you know, we had civil rights to protect from what they consider a hate crime. If you stop labeling us, it's just we're violent towards another human being. I just that's tough. Like it's so different because, you know, you're from Aussie, American rules are different. It's just so weird here. Like they love the divide and conquer. They like to make somebody feel less than because they have darker skin. They like to target people with darker skin. a lot of people, there's white people that use their color to freaking get out of charges. So we all do it. It's just a human being trying to get out of whatever situation that they're in. Whether violent or jaywalking or whatever, we try to do what we can to get out of it, no matter our race,
It's off of 37th Street.
I'm gonna. If you show me what done, I'll remember from you. Push that in. Send it. I got you. Okay. I'm showing you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 26A for identification, and I'm going to ask you to take a look behind you at the overhead.
They don't go that far. Like, it's when you do the slurs, like, the N word and stuff like that. That's when they, and they don't sue. They don't sue. They don't sue, but they are targeted just because they got darker skin. It's so bad. I mean, you could get busted for JWB and jaywalking while black. You go to a store and you got people looking at you thinking you're going to steal because you're black. You get pinned a crime on you that you did not commit because all of a sudden you fit the description because a lazy ass cop doesn't want to do his job. And it happens to white people too, but it does. I mean, they're targeted. They are targeted here. And it's sad. It's sad. That's why I don't like to label anybody. I think we're all human. You just have darker skin tone than me. We both bleed the same. You turn us inside out, we're the same. We all, we all function on the same things. So I don't get it. I really don't. Like, I really hate the whole race thing. I think they should do away with it. But at the same time, I understand why we have certain laws to protect them, because they were targeted. I mean, we had slavery, even though it was abolished 400, 500 years ago, it still exists. People think that they can racially profile somebody. Oh, you got dreads, you're a bad person, you're a drug dealer, I'm going to keep my eye on you type stuff. It's just weird. And you know what? Even though we have more white people in the state, more white people commit more crimes than freaking black people do. But it seems like the only trials that ever come on are for black people. And I don't understand that. So like, our society is like, oh, it's black on black crime, da 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 da. How about it's human being on human being crime, because white people kill white people. It's not just one race or the other. I mean, shoot, we all could be bad. Yeah, I just don't. Man, we're all human. We're all American. If we were born here, we're American. Like, it doesn't matter where maybe our ancestors originated from. I don't care, because a lot of white people wasn't born in America, or didn't come from America. They came from Ireland. So and there was Irish slaves. So there's just anyways, our laws are messed up. They are strictly to target a certain demographic, and it's BS. It really is, because of the whole segregation and all that stuff that just barely ended in the 60s. So, or the 50s, I can't remember when. But anyways, yeah.
At the video. All right. Do you see in there where Heritage Club Drive is, the location where this incident occurred?
Yes.
If you could, please, could you stand up and point to it and kind of describe it so it can be on the record?
Right here in this area.
Which is basically kind of the middle of the screen.
Correct.
And is there, and what's next to it? Is there like an identification tag?
Cold Pepsi, you are so right. I've been saying that forever. We're too busy because they've designed this whole race thing so that we go at each other and all this stuff. It's not, we don't we don't look at it as we're both human beings and we both, acted out, right? And I really think like we should stop fighting against each other and come together. Like we need more of us against them. Against them. I've been saying that for years. I'm like, man, you don't know what's about to come. It's about to go down. I mean, Trump just passed that, took away that civil right. I mean, the only one that's going to be protected is the white man, because look at all the stuff that we had. We had no women could vote. Black men were able to vote before white women. So like really, they say like the white woman comes after the white man. No, that's not how it was back in the day. Back in the day, it was the white man, then the black man. And then when we finally got to vote, it was women. But we all know who the last was to even get rights or anything. It's all to divide and conquer. Like they set this up to know what the fuck they were doing. And they want us to go at each other. We're American. Like, we're American. We're human. I don't care. Like, even if we go over to, like, we go visiting somewhere, we're all human, whether they're from a different country or not. That's just the way I look at it. Like, there's so much that we need to, like, come together and fight on. It's just dumb. I know mine, but what they tell me, fuck all that dumb shit. For real. Because we were taught we were taught slavery. Why are you teaching us something that shouldn't be taught? I mean, I get like it's a thing, but it's also a divide and conquer thing. Like, why are you teaching that? They just put things in place, like the certain things that they teach in school and all that stuff. Like, I learned about history. I learned about the whole Irish people coming over being slaves. I heard about the Africa. Supposedly we're supposed to save them and wasn't. We brought them over here to be slaves. All sorts of stuff. Like, I know all that. But I don't care about all that. Yes, I feel bad for anybody that had their family go through that. My grandma came from Arkansas. I heard some stories, and I feel bad about that. You damn right I do. But at the same time, like, we got to get past somehow we got to get past that, because we're all human. We all bleed. We all fucking bleed. That whole history shit is all nothing to divide and conquer us, to keep the hate going. I don't know if my ancestors, what they were. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I know my last name comes from freaking England. But does that mean my ancestors came from there? No, they could have been I don't know. Like, I don't know, and I don't give a fuck. I mean, most of my family's been from Utah, so I do know that some of my family came over here with the stupid Mormons. I mean, I know a little bit. None of them, I mean, they only say that because of what they're taught. They're not taught, like, well, they think that we should talk about, wherever our ancestors came from. That's where they came from. If we're born here, we're American. Like, it don't matter. And it doesn't matter where they came from. We're all human at the end of the day, I mean, it goes back. It goes back far. I mean, there's a lot of things that go back far that they act like, oh, it just popped up on the scene. But I'm not going to talk about that because, that's protected. All of a sudden that's protected. That certain group is protected, but not anybody else. Like, what about women that get killed all the time? What about, I mean, there's, yeah, we did, girl. We did. Go Pepsi, you already know. I mean, it don't make sense to me. The whole thing, like, it's to divide and conquer. It has nothing. I mean, I came from my mama. That's where I came from. That's all I know. It's your mama's baby, but your daddy's maybe, you know. I just, no, I know who my dad was, but, you know, shit. Elon Musk needs to do that. That's who needs to do that, Oz. That motherfucker over here thinking he runs the motherfucking place and he ain't even American. Like, you guys want to keep it all American. You're sending all the Mexicans back to Mexico. I mean, how do you know that? I mean, he even wanted to send the ones that were born here back to Mexico. How are you going to send somebody back to a place they don't even fucking know? Like, that's scary. That'd be scary. I mean, it's one thing to visit, but if you had to live there and you don't know the place or don't know how they operate, I mean, that could be you're sending them over there to get got or something. You know what I'm saying? Because they're going to look at you as American because you don't speak Spanish. Even if you do a little bit, it don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. Like, you can't send somebody back to a place that they don't know. Yeah, I could talk all day about this, but yeah, we're all human. That's all. Okay, let me get back to this.
Or
As in the red
marker?
dot?
Yeah, red dot.
Yes.
Okay, and that's where the apartment was located that you went to on that day.
Correct.
And where is like Fletcher and Bruce B. Downs and USF and all that? Can you describe it?
Downs is over here. Fletcher is right along here, and this was a 37th Street I was talking about.
Okay. Right. And showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 26B that's previously been introduced into evidence. Is this the apartment complex we're talking about?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Back it up. All right. And can you tell kind of where you went on that particular day? Do I have it backwards or how do I have it?
Can you spin it that way? Okay. Yeah. So this is
Right. He wants to send people back. Well, why don't you send your wife back? Why don't you send your vice president's wife back? Because according to you, you know, if your parents were from a different country and shit, you don't belong here, even though if you were born here. But your wife wasn't born here. She came over here from Ukraine, sir. So all your kids should go back with her to the Ukraine. They probably don't know what Ukraine is, and you're going to send them back to something they don't know. Go on now. Like, let's think logically. I don't like it. Like, I mean, years ago, America was supposed to be the place where you could come and get away from your government, like your society that you didn't like. Now, all of a sudden, we have an issue with it. I don't understand that. That's BS. Anyways.
Again, 37th Street right here.
Right.
And then
On the left part of the.
On the left side right
Thank
here.
you.
And then Fletcher would be down on the southern part and Bruce B. Downs would be over on this side. He goes up and around.
All right. And where did you go in and how did you enter into the scene?
We entered in on this right here, and then we went up, and into the actual apartment is up a little higher, like right here.
Okay. And you're pointing to the top part of the picture to the building, like right in the middle of all those buildings.
Correct.
And that's the location of the apartment you all went to.
It's not that they love it so much. It's that they've been programmed to fucking think that that's what it is. It's the government. It's the government that did that shit. If they were born here, they're American. I don't care where their parents came from. I don't give a fuck. They're American. You know, it's sad we give all this money overseas, but we don't even help our homeless. I mean, we're turning into a third world country. People can't afford to live over here, but you send them all this money over to the Ukraine to fight with Russia, and sending all this money over to Israel to fight freaking whatever. You know, it's dumb. It's dumb. What about our people? I mean, what happened to America first? Anyways.
too?
Yes,
on
sir.
On that particular evening?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. You can go ahead and sit down. What did you believe you were responding to?
I don't think any of them want to go to Africa. It's just a label that they are forced to use. Okay. I don't even know if some love it. Hey, some love it. Whatever. Those that want to go to Africa, let them go to Africa. Hey, I hope they find a better life over there. But the ones that were born here, and they don't, it's just a label. It's a freaking label. A label of a country that you don't know whether or not you came from America. You didn't come from over there. Yeah, your family may have migrated over from there to here, or they were, tricked to come over here, whatever. And if you want to hold that mentality, then you do what you do. But as far as I'm concerned, if you were born here, you're American. And I don't care. You got a darker skin tone than me. I don't care if your parents were from China and you're Chinese, or you have Asian descent. I don't give a fuck. I really don't. Like, I don't even care if you were born in another country and came over here. We're all human. We all make mistakes. We all fuck up. But at the same time, like, they love to target the Black Americans. They do. Some of them got it in their head. That's why I wish, yeah, slavery happened. Yes. Okay. I get that. I get that, but I don't think it should be taught. The reason why I don't think it should be taught is because racism is taught. You don't grow up with it. Racism is taught. I mean, you're not born with it. Let me rephrase that. You're not born with it. You're taught it. And where's the first place I even heard about all this junk and the N-word and all that crazy shit, because back in the day they didn't give a fuck. They wrote it in school books and shit. That's when I first learned it, was in school. And I still didn't. I still never adopted that mentality. Hell, my best friend was a Black American, shoot. A lot of kids I grew up with, because I grew up in not the greatest place, or they call it the ghetto. Shoot, I grew up poor. My parents were in the working poor class, not the working class, the middle class. No, they were the working poor class. Now it's even poorer, but you know what I'm saying? So I never looked at that. You were human. You were always human to me. Like, I just don't understand it. But all right, okay. Let me watch this.
What was the call about?
The call just went out as a shooting call, but it didn't give a lot of details. It didn't say, who was a victim or anything. It just said somebody was shot.
All right. Were you one of the first units to arrive on scene?
Yes, sir. There was approximately 4 of us that got there close to the same time.
Who were the other deputies who responded at the same time?
Deputy Jones.
It's not that they love to play the victim or be the victim. It's not like that. There are some that do that. Yes, there are some that use it to an advantage or disadvantage. But our society, because we're labeled a certain way, we're taught we're taught slavery. Some people adopt racism, all that dumb shit. And they're targeted. They just are. And now, and what's sad is they've been targeted since the beginning. And there's some white people that were targeted too. They were white Irish slaves. I know that, however, they got treated a lot better than the Black slaves. It's just a thing that they love to do. They like to think somebody is less than because their skin tone is darker. Oh, let's hurry up and do the census thing, and let's make them think that we're superior and they're the oppressed. But if you actually took like the Latin part out of it, which they should, you know that white people are actually the freaking we're the minority, and actually there's more people of color than there is white people. But they don't want to tell you that because they like to divide and conquer. And I'm talking about the government. I'm not talking about people. Like people, yes, they adopt that. They get programmed to believe certain shit. That's why they teach certain shit in school. It's just mind blowing to me.
Deputy Rahman with me and Deputy White.
Okay. Describe to the jury what you saw as you were driving up to the scene, as far as the outside of the apartment.
That is facts. Cold Pepsi. We all like to play victim. There ain't no blacks like to play, black Americans like to play fucking. They like to play victim. Whites like to play fucking victim. We all like to play victim. We all like to use. I mean, sometimes, and not everybody. I mean, like there's some that like to. Like
there wasn't a whole lot outside, just a lot of cars because it's
whatever
apartment
race
complex.
they're told to
when we were
be
going
labeled
towards
as,
the apartment, getting close to the door,
and use that to their
there was a
advantage or
female
disadvantage.
outside, and
There's we either use that to an advantage or disadvantage. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just weird to me. The whole thing's weird to me. Like, you know, I mean, shoot. When we had Obama in there, I mean, all they wanted to do discredit what Obama did because why you know why. Anyways, he wasn't from America and all this other. Who gives a fuck where he was from? Because in our Constitution, it got changed that you could be as long as you were an American citizen for 8 years, you can run for the presidency. And I really think we need to get rid of Elon Musk, but that's besides the point.
And then, you know, we went past her and went on inside to the apartment.
Well, was the female saying anything? How was she behaving?
She was saying something. I wasn't close to her. There was another deputy. I believe it was Deputy Jones was already talking to her when we got there, and we went around another way and went to the door.
All right. And did you in fact enter the scene?
Yes, sir.
What did you see when you went into the residence?
When I went in, you immediately went into like a kitchen area to the left. There was a TV on the left side and a couch on the right side. And there was a gentleman sitting there holding a juvenile in his arms.
All right. And what did you do at that point?
At that point, we went up to him to see what was going on. And you could see blood on the juvenile's head. So we were trying to figure out where the blood was coming on, figure out what was going on. And
poor baby.
Had my recruit go out, get a med bag and start, treating him.
Okay. And did you speak with this man?
Yes.
All right. What did he tell you happened?
He told me that there was an accidental discharge and the gun went off and hit the child.
All right. Did you know about another child upstairs?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. When did you first hear about the other child upstairs?
When Deputy White came downstairs and said that there was another victim upstairs.
Had the defendant, Mr. Bass, ever said anything to you about this other victim upstairs?
No.
All right. Did you ever go upstairs?
At one point, I did go upstairs. I got up to the top of the stairs. I was able to see that there was enough deputies up there treating the other child, so I went right back downstairs.
Were you wearing a body-worn camera on that day?
Yes.
All right. Explain to the jury what a body-worn camera is, how it works.
So a body-worn camera is the camera for a normal call that you go to. You have to turn it on yourself, but anytime like we pull out our weapon, turn on your taser, turn your lights on your car, it automatically comes on. But we use it every single call we go to. We turn it on, and it records everything. It can see everything we see. It sees.
Are you in fact wearing a body-worn camera right now?
Yes.
Can you point it out and show it to the jury where it's located?
It's right here.
The record reflects he's standing up and identifying like a black box in the center of his chest.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already been introduced as State's Exhibit number 2. Did you in fact review this?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And is this in fact a copy of the body-worn camera you were wearing on that day?
Yes.
All right. And does it fairly and accurately depict what you saw when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
All right, Judge, I'm going to publish it now.
Nobody else is in the house.
Hey, can you two go to help him? Yes, they're up here.
All right, paramedics are coming right now.
Oh, please, now.
What happened? What happened? What happened?
The guy is
Okay. Somebody got a med bag. Get a med bag.
Oh, God, no. Please, hurry.
They're coming. 52 on EMS.
Hey, can you hear me? They're here, they're coming.
Yeah, they're cleaned upstairs. We cleaned it upstairs.
It's okay.
Not yet.
Poor baby. Poor baby.
Hang in there, buddy. Come on, hang in there.
Oh, the other family's leaving.
Accidental discharge.
Oh, they're gonna show it. Hold on, let me full screen this.
Thank you.
46 station, number 1025, and the house is clear. Okay, on. Out 47, be advised, there's another gunshot victim upstairs. It's a juvenile female.
It's body cam footage of the night that two kids were pew-pewed. They were pew-pewed, you know. Two kids, one got murdered and the other one was shot in the head but lived. Yeah. And this guy is on trial for that. But yet his wife was also there, so they're trying to push blame on somebody else, but not, you know, they're not saying who, but yeah. And I'm taking it, it's her. Yeah.
Yes, 10-4.
It's sad. It's so sad.
How did the accidental discharge happen? What happened?
It was going, I was
From you or somebody else?
I was trying to take out the magazine and went off.
5 times though? 5 times?
What happened upstairs?
That happened upstairs.
Hey, we still have to get some of your information. You check that right out.
Got you. Is she breathing?
Oh, she's still breathing. Poor little girl. So she was trying to fight. Oh. Bright cold Pepsi. These are babies. Like, how could you? I can understand like once, okay, one time, but as a parent and as a gun owner, you need to be responsible. You need to be responsible for what the hell you do with that gun. You need to make sure it's away from children or anyone when you're cleaning it, when you're disassembling it, taking the magazine out. What happened to the safety? Why didn't you have the safety on? I mean, these things are crazy to me. Like, did you leave it where one of the kids could have got it? Did you you got to be responsible. This is crazy.
Gotcha. Yeah. What's one upstairs?
Hey, what's upstairs?
It's worse upstairs.
Okay. Adult?
No, juvenile, female.
Okay. Take this one to the rescue. No. Oh, juvenile.
Stay right where you're at.
Stand up for me real quick.
I'm just gonna pat you down for weapons, please. Look
Your hands on your head.
Just put them on your head. On your head. There you go. Turn around for me. Yeah, nothing on your right eye.
Got something on the side of your head.
Left side of his head. All right, have a seat.
You better be checking her too, though. For real, though.
Hey, guys, get up there. Come down now. When you have 4-year-old. Where at?
Why they got the dog in there? Anyway. Oh no, they just carried. Oh, the poor baby.
So you're saying that whatever happened to him, is that your son?
Both of those are my kids.
Both of those are your kids. So it accidentally discharged and hit your son. What happened to your daughter upstairs?
The same thing. They was both in the bed.
They were both in the bed together?
Yes.
But 5 times?
You're saying both kids were in the bed together and you were in their
I
room?
was in there.
I'm not understanding. Like,
Al 47, the father's saying that he shot both of them with gun around, accidentally with the gun. So nobody else was in this house, just you and them?
My wife.
And your wife? Where was she at?
I'm not no.
She was in her room.
Okay, I'll be in the chat while we're listening to this.
Yeah.
Deputy, was Mr. Bass eventually taken into custody at that point?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you have any further involvement in this case?
No, sir.
May I have one moment here?
Yes.
Judge, I'll pass the witness.
All right.
Morning, Deputy Rainey. How are you?
Good, ma'am.
I only have a couple additional questions
Yes,
for
ma'am.
you. All right, so when you entered the home, you saw Mr. Bass sitting on the couch cradling his son, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you could see that his son, JJ, had been injured.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there was actual blood that was bleeding from JJ onto the father, Mr. Bass, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And throughout your contact with Mr. Bass, he was cooperative with you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we heard on the body cam, he was yelling such stuff as, "Just help my child." Do you remember hearing that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, you are talking to him and he says something about the gun being on the dresser. But then later, do you recall he does in fact say on or in the silver dresser?
I remember him saying on the dresser. I think some other deputies were coming in and out and trying to say, we still haven't found it yet. But I don't recall that part.
That's okay. So do you believe then that at some point that he says on, but then does say it's in the silver dresser?
It's a possibility, yes.
All right. Other deputies body cams?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it's you, Deputy White is there, Deputy Jones, and you are training Deputy Rahman, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he also indicates that his wife was there as well. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Judge, may we approach the bench?
Yes.
Okay. Deputy Rainey, may I have a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Deputy Rainey. I don't have any other questions for you.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, Your Honor, nothing else.
All right, I'm going to ask you to step down and remain outside for just a couple minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take a break.
All rise.
All right, have a seat. Do you want to bring him back in and go ahead and do those?
Okay, so, oh, they're taking a break.
All right, the record should reflect the jury is not present. Go
Thank you,
ahead.
Judge. Thank you, Judge. Just state your name again so we know who's testifying.
Deputy Scott Rainey.
Okay. Now, Deputy Rainey, when you arrived, your body cam started about 10:44. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you originally asked what happened, and Mr. Bass indicated the gun discharges, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Then within the pretty much the same time limit at, let me step back, 5:37, you're stepping in and you asked, and he says gun discharges, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry about that. About 6:15 on the audio, a deputy is heard saying, "We got another one up here." Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it sounds like it's pretty quickly on that you and other deputies determine that there is another victim upstairs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, at some point, I see you, I believe you to be walking outside, and you must be talking to like other deputies on your radio.
To dispatch.
Dispatch?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Is that like a separate from your body cam, or how do you do that?
That's connected to your radio, yes. So dispatch calls through, but the camera can hear and still everything that's being said, yes.
Okay. Now, at this point, before you do that, Mr. Bass has only made the statement that the gun discharged, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, in fact, when you step outside, correct me if I'm wrong, I hear you say, the house is clear. And then you say, somebody says something, and then you're saying, yeah, we know about the second victim. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. At that point, at some point, when have you might be doing other stuff, you walk back in, and that's where you get more specific with Mr. Bass concerning, tell me more about this, who did it, how did it happen, where were you, where are the kids? Fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you testified in a deposition. Mr. Thierry and I were present, and we asked you some questions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to review that before you testified today?
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. Okay. Now, let me ask you this. You decided that at a certain point, Miranda needed to be read, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Jury's not here. We can talk. And you had, I believe, Deputy Rahman do that since he's in training.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I had asked you in deposition, what made you decide that point? And do you remember telling me, and is it your testimony today, that you were getting information that the house was clear and that you had determined or y'all knew there was a second victim? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once you knew that, you knew the house was clear and you knew that there was a second victim, that's afterwards when you walk back in and you have conversation more specifically with Mr. Bass for a little bit of time, maybe 1 or 2, maybe 3 minutes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then at a later time, Deputy Rahman reads Miranda.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, let me ask you, when you had stepped out, you knew the house was clear and you had said, we could hear it. The house is clear, house is fine. There's a second victim upstairs. Is it not true that Mr. Bass was not free to leave at that point?
You could look at it that way, yes.
Okay. And in fact, do you remember testifying in deposition to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You remember being at the motion to suppress where we all kind of agreed to the judge who had your deposition that you said when you had those 2 factors, you had not read Miranda and Mr. Bass was not free to leave, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're admitting you're asking him questions.
I don't remember asking any questions after he was read Miranda.
Yeah, no, sir. I'm talking about before. Sorry about that. You're asking him specific questions.
At that point, I didn't tell him he wasn't free to leave yet. No.
No, I understand. What I'm saying is, after you get the information that the house is clear and you get the information there's a second victim, you go back inside, you're asking him additional questions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The questions as we discussed, and it's at that point he said he basically did it. He was cleaning the gun, etc.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. We're talking a little bit earlier. All right. May I have just a moment? Thank you so much, Deputy.
Did you want to? Anything on the record from you?
No.
All right. You can step down. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Is he released from his subpoena now?
He is not judging.
All right. You're to remain on standby.
Oh
but you
wait,
can
did
leave
I
the
just
court.
say all that and I
All right.
wasn't? Hold on.
All right. We'll be in recess.
Okay, what she's getting at is, okay, any statement he said before the Miranda was given should not be used against him. Basically, it goes against his rights. Your right to remain silent. And that's the thing. Like, cops, man, they need to read your Mirandas the first time they come in contact with you. You want to know why? Because either you're a witness or a perpetrator or, a suspect in the case. Your Miranda rights should be read because you're a witness and, they want to use that statement in court and they have to have you in court. If you don't want to testify, you shouldn't be forced to testify. You get what I'm saying? So, anytime they come in contact with you, start asking you questions. Yeah, you just, right to remain silent. I mean, we have that right for a reason because they think that they could use those statements they asked or you answered before they ever gave the Miranda rights, before they ever knew you were detained or being questioned or anything. We just, that's my thing too. Shout out to that lawyer because, boy.
Course reset.
Okay, let me go past this. Let's see where they come back. Oops. All right. Do I get a little thingy? No thingy to fast forward? Hey, jerk faces, can we go like 10 seconds? Right here. Oh, come on. Hurry it up. Hurry it up. That's that's something that should be told to the freaking jury too. Is, I mean, his Miranda rights weren't read at that time, and so the statements he makes should not be admissible. Like, I don't know. I think they should reject that part out because I don't think that should have been admissible. You can tell he's clearly under a lot of stress. He's blinking a lot. He's heavy breathing. He's grinding his teeth. Oh, Lord have mercy. He's definitely under a lot of stress. Court's stressful. I don't care who, even if you are guilty, it's stressful to go through this. And at the same time, like, even if you are guilty, make the freaking state prove their case. Hold them to that freaking satisfaction. I mean, so many people that are not guilty plead out just so they don't have to go to jail or whatever, but they're still under a babysitter. I mean, it's just crazy to me. I really wanted to be a lawyer, but I don't know if I could defend somebody that was, even though they have a right to a fair trial, I don't know if I could defend somebody that's guilty. I don't know if I could do it. Okay, here comes the jury. So, how long did this go? Oh, let me switch this back. I just had to because I couldn't understand.
All right, be seated. Call your next witness.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this call will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Deputy Rahman. That's Rahman.
Our first name?
Adam.
Good morning, Deputy Rahman. Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, and I'm assigned to the Patrol Division, and I work in District 1.
All right. How long have you been working with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 4 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience before that?
No, I did not.
All right. Back on August 29th of 2022, what were you doing at that time?
I was assigned to the Patrol Division that night, and I was completing just one of my normal 12-hour shifts.
Okay. What are your general duties as a patrol deputy?
We handle various calls for service, we conduct traffic stops, and we do proactive policing to deter crime.
Now, back on August 29th of 2022, how long had you been employed as a Hillsborough County Sheriff's Deputy?
I did approximately 1 year in the academy, and I was finishing up the FTO process, which is approximately 4 months.
All right. And what is that? So it's a 4-month process. During that time period, are you assigned to work with someone?
Yeah, so I'm assigned to another deputy who's pretty much like he will train me per each shift, and I was finishing it up. I had 2 days left with him, and then I was going to be on my own.
All right. And who was this deputy? Who was your field training deputy?
Deputy Rainey.
Now, when as you work with Deputy Rainey, do you all ride together and go to each of the calls together?
Yes, we do. I'm typically the one driving, and he's the one sitting in the passenger seat, just foreseeing what I'm doing and making sure that I'm not messing up anything critical.
All right. Now, on August 29th of 2022, did you receive a call to respond to a scene out on Heritage Club Drive?
Yes, I did.
And did you recall what was it that you believed you were responding to at that time?
Why do cops always do that stupid neck jerk? Like, that's so weird. Anyways, let me stop.
responding to a shooting call for service.
And were you one of the first units on scene?
Yes, I was.
What did you do when you arrived?
Well, once we arrived, we coordinated with the other deputies that were on scene, and we made a tactical entry into the living room. And then what we observed once we got on scene, we observed a adult male, Jermaine Bass, the defendant, and he was holding his son, who's also named Jermaine Bass, on the couch in the living room.
Prior to going into the residence, when you pulled up, did you see anyone outside, or did you observe anyone outside?
Yes, I believe I saw it was the mother, Shirley. She was outside and she was screaming. She was just pretty much just screaming at the top of her lungs.
Okay. And could you tell really what she was saying?
Not exactly. I can't make out what she was saying, but she was screaming.
How would you
Couldn't
describe
understand her on the 911
Very
call.
frantic and scared and just horrific is a good word for it.
Now, when you made the tactical decision to go in, do you all take out your firearms as you do that?
Yes, we all did have our lethal weapons drawn.
Right. And what's the point of that?
Because we don't know what we're going into when we get a shooting call for service. There is the undeniable that there is a firearm located in the house, or there isn't a firearm located in the house. And once we determine that the scene is safe and there is no credible threat, that's when we holster our weapons.
Okay. So you described that you went into the residence, you saw the defendant, Jermaine Bass?
Yes, sir.
And he was holding his child?
Yes, he was.
And just for the record right now, do you see the person you saw in that room holding that child on that day?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify him just for the record?
He's sitting over there in the gray tuxedo.
Record reflection, he has identified the defendant, Aaron?
Yes.
All right. Now, who all entered with you? Do you recall?
Yes, it was me, Deputy Rainey, Deputy Vander Bosch,
That's
Deputy
not a
White, and
tuxedo.
Deputy Nathaniel Jones. We were the
That's it.
initial first deputies on scene.
All right. As you go in, and you said you saw the defendant there holding his child, what else did you go upstairs?
So I did not go upstairs. Once we observed the defendant, Jermaine Bass, holding his son, we observed what appeared to be a gunshot wound to the left side of his head. And immediately we just attempted to render medical aid. Me and my partner, Deputy Vander Bosch, we grabbed our agency-issued medical kit, and we began to wrap his head in gauze to try to put pressure on the wound and stop the bleeding.
All right. Did you hear the father saying anything about what happened?
Yes, he made the spontaneous statement that it was an accidental discharge.
Right. Were you wearing a body-worn camera on that day?
Yes, I was.
Right. And have you had a chance to review what's already been introduced into evidence that states exhibit number 4?
Yes, I have.
All right. And does this pretty fairly accurately depict what you saw when you went through on that morning?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Oh, he's gonna show the body cam again.
Hey, anything really helping? Yep, we're up here. Oh, thing now. The guy inside. We got my bag. Please, sir. Hey, can you hear me? They're here. They're coming. Yeah, they're putting up. Turn it off. What happened upstairs? Accident inside. Even the one upstairs? Yes. Where's he at? Oh, we got it right up here. Oh, yeah. Thank you. All right. You got that? We got the fan truck. Want to throw this on? Where's the fire?
I don't know where he's at.
So he's got one in the head. One on the side, one in the head. Here, yeah.
Poor baby.
It was going, I was trying to pick up the magazine and it went off. Nothing happened upstairs. Do you have those two pins? I got one. You have those pins? Oh, just only got one. Okay, let's see if we can check him for more injuries. Where's the gun? Be honest. It's upstairs on the dresser. On top of it, or in the dresser? On top of the dresser. Okay. Where it should still be in the dresser, in that silver dresser, with the middle and match with the yes. He's got it. Yeah. What's one upstairs? Hey, what's up? What's upstairs? Okay. Adult? No. Yeah. Take this one to the rest of the time.
So you're saying that what happened to him back on your case. So you accidentally discharged him. What happened to your daughter upstairs?
The same way there was both in the bed. It was just one round?
Both in the bed together?
Yes.
I just don't remember the last. You're saying both in the
Oh, that poor
A couple quick
baby.
questions following that. So when that video shows you walking in, the sound doesn't come on for a little while. Why is that?
So en route to the call, the body cam was muted because I was having a conversation with my FTO while getting to the call, and we didn't want that just to be for the a minute or 2 minutes that it was prior to the video that captured audio, just because I was fairly new at the time, so he was kind of walking me through and maybe just calming my nerves a little bit, and that's essentially why it was.
Okay, so did you manually turn on the sound so that it would pick up the?
Yes, once we made entry, I manually turned it on.
Okay. That thing that they brought in where you pulled out, what is that called? Where you pulled out the gauze?
That is our agency issued medical kit, and it carries things such as quick clot, I think there's extra tourniquets, gauze, things of that nature to, render aid in instances like this.
Okay, and every deputy carries one in their vehicle?
Yes.
After attending the boy's injuries and you went out, did you do anything else while you were at the scene?
Once the scene was cleared and both juveniles were removed from the residence, my next task was scene safety and the security of the scene. I stood in the front door while just maintaining the crime scene until I was tasked to do a neighborhood survey with the adjacent building next to it.
And what is a neighborhood survey?
Neighborhood survey essentially is what it is deputies will go and they'll knock on other doors or people that were close to the incident, such as neighbors, just to see if they want to do an interview and see if they heard anything, saw anything, just to gather more information.
And after you did that neighborhood survey, did that conclude your involvement in the case?
Yes, that was my conclusion. That concludes my involvement in the case after that neighborhood survey.
I have one more.
Yes.
Because I will pass the witness.
All right. Cross.
Morning, Deputy. How are you?
Good morning, ma'am. I'm good. How are you?
All right, I'm good. Thank you. At the time that this happened, you indicated that you were in training.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were 2 days from being on your own?
Yeah, phase 4, day 5 to be precise.
Right. And Deputy Rainey, who was here in the hallway, and you've seen that was your FTO?
Yes, ma'am.
An FTO field training officer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You arrived about 10:33 to the scene.
The
is that
head nod
correct?
is just
Approximately that time, yes, ma'am.
the neck.
And I just want to talk to you very briefly
The
about
next
the lady that
is
you saw
hitting me.
outside. It's safe to say that you saw her pretty briefly, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Essentially just walking past her to get inside of the apartment, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you've never met her before, correct?
No, ma'am.
All right. Now on your body cam there, I heard Mr. Bass talking about where the gun is, and I heard him talking about being on, and I also heard him say it's in the silver dresser. Do you remember both of those?
Yes, ma'am. I believe he made both those statements.
Thank you.
Hey, Daniel.
Now, when you entered the scene, it looks like you're rendering aid. Is that with Deputy Vanderbosch?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you first entered, until you took over care, you and Deputy Vanderbosch of the son, JJ, blood was actually coming down from JJ down to Mr. Bass and onto the couch, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I also heard Mr. Bass, he's saying, please now call the paramedics, please now. Do you remember that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And we see a pat down. Is that pretty much just standard because a gun is involved in this case?
It was standard, yes, because the firearm wasn't involved and we had not located it at that time.
Okay. And you did not find anything during that, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And may I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you, Deputy Brown. I don't have any further questions for you.
Anything else from the state?
There you are.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank
Be released from his subpoena.
He is not, and I ask you to remain on this floor just for a little bit.
All right. You need to remain here at the courthouse for a little bit. Call your next witness.
Deputy Jason White.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. You come this way.
Please tell me he's not going to do this move. Please tell me that.
All right, thank you.
I don't know why they do that.
Morning, if you would please introduce
Shush,
yourself and spell
kitty.
your name for us.
Morning. My name is Deputy Jason White, Jasonwhite.
Thank you, Deputy. How are you currently employed?
I'm a Hillsborough County Sheriff's Deputy
How long have you been working as a Hillsborough County Sheriff's Deputy?
since June 2020.
What are your duties as a Hillsborough County Sheriff's Deputy?
I'm a patrol deputy.
Okay, what do you do in that?
I respond to calls for service and then conduct proactive patrols.
Right, back on August 29th of 2022, what was your position back at that time?
I was a patrol deputy.
All right. And did you receive a call to respond to a scene out on Heritage Club Drive?
I did.
All right. Is that located here in Hillsborough County?
It is.
Okay. And how were you close by the scene when you got the call?
Yes, I was.
All right. Was that your area where you worked as well?
Yes, it's part of my district area.
All right. And what was your belief that you were responding to at that time?
A shooting.
Okay. And were you one of the first units on the scene?
Yes.
All right. As you arrived at the scene, did you see anyone on the outside?
I saw a woman.
Okay. And describe to the jury what this woman was like.
She was frantic and she was screaming towards the other deputy who I was with.
Okay. So you were riding with another deputy at that time?
There was another deputy who was in front of me.
Okay. So you all arrived kind of on the same time?
Yes.
What deputy was that?
Deputy Jones.
All right. So who all enters into do you enter in the house?
Yes.
All right. Who all enters in the house with you?
Deputy Jones.
Okay. And going back to that woman, did you have any involvement with her out there?
She was just yelling at us. So
Okay, but you didn't actually speak to her or have any conversation with her.
we didn't really interact with her.
All right.
Why not?
So when you went into the residence, what were you doing?
We were checking to see what was going on for one.
Okay. What did you see when you went in there?
There was a adult male sitting on the couch and then there was a little boy in his arms.
All right. Did you have your guns out?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do at that point?
We began clearing the house.
All right. Explain to the jury what it means when you say you're clearing the house.
So we have to clear a house. We have to confirm that there's not someone in there that's still armed, that is still a threat, that if we start to render aid, someone else might come out and try to injure someone else while we're still there.
Okay. And so where did you go to clear the house?
We went to the staircase to go upstairs.
All right. And who all went upstairs?
Deputy Jones and I.
All right. And where did you go when you went up there?
I went into the kid's bedroom.
Where did Deputy Jones go?
He went into the master bedroom.
Describe to the jury, when you go up the stairs, where is the kid's bedroom?
So when you go up the stairs, the kid's bedroom is directly in front of the staircase. And then you have a bathroom immediately to our left-hand side, and the master bedroom is behind us.
What did you see when you went into the kid's bedroom?
I saw blood on the floors and the walls, and then I saw a bunk bed on my left-hand side.
All right. And what did you do at that point?
I checked the room, and then I checked the bunk bed.
Right. And what did you see in the bunk bed?
On the top bunk, I found a little girl.
And could you tell anything about the little girl?
She was laying on her side, facing towards me. She was laying in blood, and she had a bullet hole in the center of her forehead.
What did you do at that point?
I told the other deputies what I found, and I went to grab a med bag.
Right. And those are another deputies already testified. Those are things you keep in all, everyone has in their, all the deputies have in their cars, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you do that because paramedics weren't there yet, right?
Yes.
All right. So you go down and get the med bag. Do you go back up?
Yes.
And what do you do when you go back up?
When I go back up, we started putting pressure on the wounds that she had until the medics arrived.
All right. Were you wearing a body-worn camera on that day?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm showing you what's already been introduced as safety exhibit number 3.
This is gonna be
This is, in fact,
hard.
did you
I'm
review
glad
that?
they
Is
don't
that-
show
Yes.
this.
All right. And this is fairly accurately depict what you did when you first arrived on that scene?
Yes.
Judge, I'm publishing.
All right.
Sheriff's office. How many people are inside? Hey, can you two go help him? We'll clear up here. Sheriff's office, anyone upstairs? I'm going here. You guys trying to see? Oh, what's going on? You see the fire? Sweetie. Oh. Hey, we got another one up here. Hey, we got another one up here. That's clear. Let me grab my med bag. Hey, see the fire still up there with her? She's still breathing. Start holding pressure. Let me grab my med.
All right. What do you, at that time, is that when you go outside to get the med bag?
Yes.
And you actually brought it in?
Yes.
Okay. And you go back upstairs?
Yes.
All right. And at that point in time, had the paramedics arrived yet?
Not yet.
Did they get there soon after?
Yes.
All right. After the paramedics arrived and took the little girl, what was your duties at that time? What was your position? What were you supposed to do?
Immediately after, I was just holding the scene upstairs.
Okay. What does that mean by holding the scene?
I'm standing up there, making sure no one who's not allowed to be in there comes up there.
Did you, once you were cleared out of the house, did you have any other involvement in the case?
Yes.
And what was that?
I was instructed to drive the mother to the hospital.
All right. And the mother, is that the woman we see on that video right there?
Yes.
The one who was screaming at the very beginning of the video?
Yes.
All right. And which hospital did you drive her to?
Tampa General.
And what was her condition on the drive?
She was frantic.
Okay. Did she say anything to you while you were driving?
Jack to your side.
I was stained.
All right. How was she when you got her to the hospital?
She
demeanor, like she was still the same, or
she was still frantic. She was uncooperative with wanting to go in the hospital.
Okay. And she, when you say that, what do you mean by that?
She was scared to go in the hospital.
After getting her to the hospital, what did you do?
I left her with another deputy and then the hospital staff.
Okay. And was that everything that you did in this case, or did you ever go back to the scene?
No, I was ordered to go back to the scene.
All right. So after dropping her off at the hospital, at Tampa General Hospital in downtown, you drove all the way back up there to the scene?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do at that point when you got to the scene?
I was told to I took the father from another deputy and placed him in the backseat of my truck.
Okay. And did you eventually transport him to the station?
I transported him to the district office.
To the district office. How was his demeanor on the entire time he was with you?
Calm.
Calm?
Yes, he was calm.
Right. Did you do anything else on the case?
No.
Can I have one moment here?
Yes.
Then we approach this for 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, Judge, I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right.
Good morning, still. How are you, Deputy?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm only going to ask you some additional questions. All right. When you are answering, we can hear somebody saying, come in on your body cam. I presume that's Mr. Bass, correct?
Can we play the body cam again? I don't remember hearing it. I'll have to watch it again.
Okay. Where's that? Oh, I'm like, where is it? It's hiding there. Thank you. You would ask to play the body cam.
I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding. No. Ah, there we go. All right, I'll play it again for you. And I'm just going to turn it off after you walk in, if that's okay.
How many people are inside?
Okay. Did you hear that?
I did.
All right. Does that refresh your memory now about somebody saying, come in, a male voice from inside the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy. All right. There's some questions being asked when y'all have come into the townhouse. And a question is asked about, is there anybody else inside? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Bass originally says no. However, you actually heard something else being said, did you not? And please tell the jury what you heard.
Yes, I heard him mumble something about a little girl as I walked by him.
In fact, you documented that in your report.
Yes.
When you went upstairs, the only question I want to ask you about concerning Jayla Bass is, you saw a shell casing by her foot?
Yes.
Just one, right?
There's one shell.
But you're not looking for evidence at that point. You're trying to help her.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Now, Mr. Bass was in your patrol vehicle for several hours? waiting to be
He
transported?
was back there for a long time, yes.
Okay, all right. And had you ever met him before?
No.
Okay. And you just have described him as calm. He was cooperative with you, didn't give you any problems, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you also described him as being quiet, that he's very quiet. Is that fair?
Yes.
His demeanor. Oh, okay. All right. All right. May I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
Shut this down. Thank you, Deputy White. No other questions.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you. Be released from his subpoena.
Yes, sir. You say yes.
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. Call your next witness.
Stand call Deputy Nathaniel Jones.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
You come this way.
Good morning. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Deputy Nathaniel Jones, NATHANIEL JONES.
Thank you, Deputy. Deputy, how are you employed?
I am employed with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
What is your job as at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I am a law enforcement deputy.
Okay. Do you have any specific duties there as a member of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I am assigned to District 1 Patrol.
And as part of a patrol, you go out and you respond to scenes, you pull over traffic infractions, that sort of thing. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. What was your position back on August 29th, 2022?
I was in the same capacity as a patrol deputy.
How long have you been working with the Sheriff's Office at that time?
At that time, roughly 1 year.
All right. Prior to that, had you had any law enforcement training or experience?
No.
Okay. Now, did you receive a call to respond out to a scene on Heritage Club Drive?
A lot
Yes.
of rookies.
What did you believe you were responding to?
I believed it was a 911 emergency call. The details of the call weren't, to my knowledge, given because of the open line status of the caller.
Okay. But you knew you were responding to shots being fired?
Yes.
Okay. And were you one of the first units on the scene?
Correct.
When you pulled up, did you see anyone as you were walking up?
Yes.
What did you see?
I seen as I was driving up to the residence, I seen a male who was pointing in the direction of the residence, trying to guide me to the correct residence.
Okay. And then what did you see when you got to the residence?
Once I got to the residence, I seen a female exit the residence and approach me as I got out of my vehicle.
Okay. Did you have any involvement with her?
Yes. I had asked her, first she volunteered the information that her,
Judge, he's just arriving on scene.
Establish a predicate.
Yes. What was her demeanor at that time? What was her behavior like?
She was frantic.
Okay. And did she appear to be under an emotional stress? What had happened?
Correct.
Judge, I believe this would be considered an excited utterance.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. And so as you approached her, what was going on?
She was telling me that her son had been shot.
Okay. And what did you do when she said that? What did you do?
I tried to get information as to who had shot her son, and if the person who had shot her son was still within the area.
Okay. And did she respond to you?
She was very frantic, but she just kept saying, "My son, my son, my son."
Okay. And did you go into the scene, into the apartment?
I did. I made that decision once I realized I wasn't gonna get any additional information to try and clear the scene.
All right. And were you one of the first ones into the apartment?
That is correct.
All right. And did you come with your guns drawn?
That is correct.
All right. What did you see when you went into the residence?
As I entered the front door of the residence, I seen a gentleman, adult male, and a juvenile male sitting on the living room couch.
Okay. Who all entered the residence with you at that time?
Deputy White and myself were the first two to enter the residence.
All right. After seeing that male holding his son, what did you do at that point?
I asked him if there was anyone else in the residence. I realized it was a 2-story residence. So for safety of the deputies and everyone else, I asked if there was anyone else within the residence.
And what was his response?
He said no.
Okay. Then what did you do?
I then took the decision to clear the upstairs floor of that residence.
All right. And so where did you go at that point?
I walked up the stairs and I seen that there were multiple bedrooms within the second floor, and me and Deputy White cleared the 2 bedrooms on the second floor.
And which bedroom did you clear?
I cleared the master bedroom first, along with the bathroom that was on that side of the upstairs floor.
All right. After clearing the master bedroom, what did you do?
I walked back to Deputy White's position where he was positioned near the children's bedroom, and I entered the children's bedroom along with Deputy White.
All right. And what did you see in the children's bedroom?
I seen bunk beds, and on the top bunk bed, we located a victim.
All right. What was this victim? What did she look like?
The juvenile female victim.
Okay, so little girl.
Yes, sir.
And what was her condition that you saw when you first saw her?
He wouldn't be visiting.
When I first saw her, she was laying on her side, facing towards the inward of the bedroom, and she had what appeared to myself to be a gunshot wound to the head.
Were you wearing a body-worn camera on this day?
I
Showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 5. It's already been admitted into evidence. Did you review that video?
I did.
Is that video a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw when you went in on that day?
Yes.
Did you publish it this time?
Yes. Not just renewing again, any evidence of testimony based on.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
She's pretty.
Who shot him? Who shot him?
It was a gun. It was a gun. It was a
Did he
gun.
shoot himself?
No, he did not. And the gun went off. I mean, my son.
The ambulance is on the way.
What can you
Stay
fucking
outside.
hurry up?
Stay outside.
My ops.
Sheriff's office.
My ops. What
How many
went?
people are inside? I'm gonna go around the corner. Is there anybody upstairs? Is there anybody upstairs?
Why'd she say my ops? That's weird.
I'm gonna look around this corner, go out there. Sheriff's office, anyone upstairs? This is their back here. You see your firearm? Oh. Hey, we got another one up here. What the? There's another. We got another child up here. 00 gunshot wound. That's clear. Let me grab my med bag. Okay, see the firearm still up there with her. She's still breathing. Start with her. Let me go ahead. No, we're out of here now. She's breathing. There's a shell right here. I don't see it. Signal 0.
Deputy, a couple of questions about that. So when the video starts, there's no sound to it. Is that common when these body-worn cameras?
That is correct. There is a buffering period prior to activation there's no audio.
So it's like the first minute when the camera comes on, there's a
Prior to the activation, there's no audio. So there will be video, but there will be no audio until I physically activated myself.
Okay. Now, when you the signal 0 you all are talking about, what is that?
We're referring to a weapon. In this case, we're referring to a firearm.
So when they keep saying looking or check for signal 0, you're talking about looking for basically the firearm, right?
The weapon used.
Weapon used, correct. All right. Now the body worn camera shuts off right there. At that point in time, what do you do?
From the end of the video, my body camera does continue to roll. But however, you're referring to
what you did
okay.
After that point.
After that point, I pulled the victim closer towards the middle to the bed where I could, easily reach her. Once she was towards the middle of the bed, I physically picked her up and then I placed her on the bedroom floor in an effort to begin to render aid to the victim.
Okay. And so you were the one who actually physically got her off of that bed and put her down on the floor to give aid to her, correct?
That is correct.
And did Deputy White actually come back with the med bag?
Yeah, Deputy White returned with his medical bag, and I used some of the gauze that was within his medical bag to apply pressure to some of her wounds that were on her head.
Right. And did ultimately the paramedics arrive and take her?
That is correct.
All right. After the paramedics arrived and took the little girl, what was your assignment at that point?
Hey, West Sider Rider, don't you start. I don't need no tomato on my face.
I had went outside. My vehicle was the closest vehicle to the residence front door. Therefore, I was tasked with putting the defendant within my vehicle and holding him there.
All right. And what was his demeanor while in your patrol car?
He was calm within the back of my patrol car. We conducted a pat down on him prior to putting him in a patrol car, and he was compliant with us.
Okay. What else did you do in the investigation?
I maintained the integrity of the crime scene log until I was relieved.
Okay. And what does that mean when you talk about maintaining the integrity of a crime scene log?
I'd rather have a tomato face than like a ship face or a cum face or a okay, let me stop. That's inappropriate.
We log everybody who had entered the crime scene and left the crime scene while we were on scene at that time for the crime until I'm relieved.
So by this point in time, you all have put up that yellow tape that you all put up?
That is correct. The tape had already been put up by the time I went back outside.
Okay. And it's your job at that point just to document who comes inside that tape and who doesn't. Or, well, not who doesn't, but who comes inside that tape, correct?
Yeah, who comes in and then leaves as well.
All right. And you did that until you were relieved of your duty on that day?
Until I was relieved the next morning at the end of my shift.
So you were there for a while?
I was there until the end of my shift the next morning. Yeah.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
That must have been hard.
I'll pass witness at this time.
All right.
Finding that baby girl and having to put her on the ground. That's hard.
Good afternoon, Deputy Jones. How are you?
I'm doing well.
All right. I just have some few additional questions for you. At the beginning of the body cam, we understand you have that time period where that's policy, how you're always going to have that off, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, you guys, don't, what is it, like a minute that's standard that you do not record?
Prior to activation. There's a buffering period, yes.
Right. Okay. And everybody does that. There's no issue with that, correct?
Is there an issue with my camera buffering?
No, there's no issue with the fact that you don't hear anything for the first minute or so, correct? That's typical.
It can be, yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. And when you first go to the residence, the door was cracked, was it not? It was not completely open, but kind of cracked open, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I could hear somebody saying, come in to you. That's going to be Mr. Bass, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that somebody waved you down, some sort of male is trying to help you get to the scene where you were supposed to be, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's because you didn't even have an apartment number in the call. Is that right?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And you indicated about the female that you talked to. You tried to talk to her, but she wasn't very helpful to you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you asked her numerous times who shot your child, and she never answered that question.
She
correct?
said ops.
Correct.
I heard ops. I must be tripping. I heard ops.
Now, Mr. Bass was cooperative with you during
And
the
then
time
she's
you had
like, my
contact with
son,
him,
my
correct?
son.
That is correct.
Okay. And he's going to be in your patrol vehicle for some period of time before he is transferred to another patrol vehicle. Is that fair?
Yes,
And you had never met him before, correct?
that is correct.
And there wasn't any noticeable behavior. He was very quiet. Is that fair?
Yes,
And you're actually going to be the first deputy to enter that townhome, correct?
yes.
I wanted to ask you about your comment about Mr. Bass when you asked, is anybody upstairs? And he says, no one. As you're entering the residence, who are you with? What deputy is with you?
I believe Deputy White was behind me.
So you're with Deputy White, and you remember Mr. Bass, and we hear on the body cam, he says no. Is that right?
Yes,
All right. And that is something that you did not document in your police report. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay. And your reports, you want them to be accurate and detail things you might have seen and heard, correct?
Yes,
Especially from somebody who's being charged with a homicide, correct? You want to make sure you're documenting.
yes,
Okay. So you're pretty quick, are you not? When you walk past Mr. Bash, you're not standing there to talk to him. You actually never stop walking and just walk past him to go upstairs, correct?
yes,
And Deputy White is behind you, correct?
yes,
So if Deputy White had heard something in addition to that, you may not have heard it, right?
that's correct.
Right, okay. All right, in a moment. Let's see. Deputy James, thank you very much. We don't have any further questions for you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you. Is he released from his subpoena?
You stay here.
Yes, Judge, he's released.
All right, thank you. Approach the bench for a minute.
Let's see if I can move past this little bench bullshit.
All right, if you just restate your name for the record, please.
Deputy Adam Rahman, RAHMAN.
Thanks.
Deputy Rahman, we, on your directed cross, we established you were in training that day, so you're pretty much under the supervision of Deputy Rainey. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Deputy Rainey is in fact asking questions to Mr. Bass, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And when Miranda, you finally read Miranda at a later point, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you read Miranda when Deputy Rainey directed you to read it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Deputy Rainey directed you to read Miranda at the point that you did due to the fact that you had found another gunshot wound victim upstairs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That was it. Anything? Okay.
Well, just,
Oh.
Deputy Rahman, you're assuming that's why he asked you to read Miranda. You don't know.
Yeah,
I think that particular moment.
Yeah, I'm not in his brain, so I that's a fair assessment to say that's why he asked me to read it. But since he's the one training me, whatever he tells me to do, I do. No questions asked.
So you don't really know why. You just know at that particular moment he asked you to read Miranda and you did.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Should have read it right
I did
before you
tell
started
Detective
questioning
that you
him.
read Miranda because of that fact, that you had determined another victim, though, correct?
Yes, ma'am. If that's what the deposition says, yes, ma'am.
All right, you can step down. Thank you. Is he released at
He
this
is now
time?
released. Thank you so much for waiting.
All right. All right, we'll be in recess.
We'll just skip right past
Do you
lunch
solemnly
hour.
swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Danielle Janisic, DanielleJanick.
Good afternoon, Ms. Janisic. Tell the jury where you work.
The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Almost 4 years.
Explain to the jury, what is your title at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I am a crime scene investigator.
Help us understand exactly what does it mean to be a crime scene investigator. Tell us what you do.
When a call for service comes out, we are the ones that go to the scene and collect evidence, take photographs, swab for suspected biological fluids, and then process for latent prints.
How long have you worked at Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Almost 4 years.
When you started, did you get hired as a crime scene investigator?
Yes.
How many times have you been called out to a scene and been asked to do your duties as a crime scene investigator?
Hundreds.
On August 29th of 2022, is it fair to say that you've been to hundreds of scenes by that time as well?
Yes.
So on August 29th of 2022, do you get a call to be a crime scene investigator on the case we're here for today involving the defendant Jermaine Bass?
Yes.
Tell the jury what time about were you called to come out to the scene?
I was requested at about 12:20 a.m. to respond to Tampa General.
Now, when you get called to come out to a scene to be a crime scene investigator, who calls you to come? Is it like a patrol deputy or is a detective involved at that point?
Typically, it's a detective.
When you arrive after being called to a crime scene to be a crime scene investigator, do you typically meet with a detective before you conduct any of your duties as a crime scene investigator?
Yes.
On August 29th, or the morning of August 30th, when you arrived at the scene for this case, did you meet with a detective?
I did.
Who was that detective?
At the hospital, it was Detective Gibson.
So what hospital are we talking about?
Tampa General.
When you arrived at Tampa General Hospital, you meet with Detective Gibson. What do you do after you talk with Detective Gibson?
He requested that photos and evidence be collected of 2 individuals.
Who are the 2 individuals?
Adela and Jermaine Bass.
Okay. And at the time, did you take photos at that scene?
Yes.
Then what did you do after that?
I responded to the Heritage Club Drive residents to assist my lead CSI, Shannon Bader.
When you arrived at the Heritage Club residence and you were assisting, what does it mean to assist the lead crime scene investigator? Help us understand, what does that mean?
So usually the lead is the one that is taking the photographs, the one marking evidence, collecting evidence. I am behind her doing presumptive swabs, assisting with packaging her swabs or packaging her evidence further and getting it out of her way, or creating a scene diagram.
In this case, when you went to the Heritage Club townhome, were you asked to create a crime scene diagram?
I was.
Explain to the jury, how do you make a crime scene diagram? Do you just look around and sketch it out? What's the process to make that?
So we use something called a Faro scanner, and the easiest way to describe it is if you're looking to rent an apartment or buy a home, sometimes they have 3D virtual tours. These scanners are something similar to that. So we create a 3D virtual tour of the scene, and from that I can create a 2D diagram that is computer generated.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm asking to, or I'm going to show the witness. This has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 25. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the diagram that you created in this case at the Heritage Club address?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'm asking you to enter into evidence and publish what's with for identification as State's Exhibit 25.
All right, it's been admitted.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
So I'm placing State's Exhibit 25. There's 2 pieces of paper, placing 25A on the Elmo. So if you notice, I'm pointing to the bottom left corner of 25A where we're noticing the words front door. Help us understand, would this be the bottom floor or the top floor when you went to make this diagram?
This would be the bottom floor.
So if you're entering from the parking lot, you're coming through where my finger is pointing right there where it says front door.
Yes.
Immediately to our left, we see what?
A kitchen.
The rectangle, excuse me, right to the right of the word kitchen. What is that representing?
The kitchen island.
Moving along, we're going further. My finger is pointing to the words dining area. Right above that, we're seeing what looks like to be a table and chairs. Is that representative of
Yes.
table and chairs? Okay. What is just beyond that at the top of your diagram? We see 2 squares with W/D. Tell the jury what that represents.
It's a washer dryer closet.
Now we're going forward into the living room. It looks like we are seeing number 1 and number 2. What are those representing?
They are evidence markers.
Okay. So, and it looks like number 1 is to the left of a longer rectangle. What is that representing? That black longer rectangle at the bottom, just off to the center to the right.
It is a couch.
It looks like evidence marker 2 is just between two like darker squares to the right of the rectangle. What is that representing?
Like sofa chairs.
And to the right of that, we see a little sketch. Can you explain to the jury what we see to the right where my finger is? It's all the way to the right bottom right corner.
It was a little pink like Barbie car, like that you could sit and drive in.
Like a child's toy?
Yeah.
Now moving across the room, we see, what are we looking at right here? It looks like another rectangle. I'm pointing to the top center, almost off to the right. There's a rectangle and it looks like it has some lines like a grid. What does that represent?
Those are stairs.
So moving to 25B that I'm placing on the Elmo now, is it safe to say that the sketch diagram of 25B represents the upper level or the second floor of the townhome?
Yes.
So on the bottom left, we're looking at, do those also represent the stairs? Or my finger is pointing to the bottom left.
Yes, they do.
So you're walking up, it looks like you immediately run into, it's white, it's the outline of like a rectangle with a number 3 next to it. Explain to the jury, what is number 3 representative of?
A cabinet or a shelf that was at the top of the stairs.
Right next to that, we see what looks like hallway. And then to the right of that, it looks like a line going to the right, and there's a series of small dots that connect it to the left. What is that representative of?
That is the hallway going into the front bedroom, which was the children's bedroom.
When you walk in, we're seeing a couple of different shapes, and we're seeing a couple of different words. So we're looking here to the left. There is a rectangle with 2 squares or 2 rectangles on the other sides of it, and it says dollhouse. Tell us what that means.
It was a dollhouse, like a Barbie dollhouse, that was in front of the bed.
The bed that we're looking at here to the left. It looks like we see a top rectangle and then a lower rectangle that is visible from the top aerial view. Explain to us why can I see the bottom one even though I can see the top one as well?
It was a double bunk bed with a larger bed at the bottom.
So what did it look like? Maybe it was like a twin over full or a twin over king. They're different sizes.
Yes, they were different sizes.
Gotcha. Now we're looking at, we can see on the top a number to the left. It looks like D2. Do you see that right there?
Yes.
What is that representative of?
It was a marker of, I believe it was a suspected bullet hole.
Okay. And we see also the numbers. It looks like on the top bunk here, we see number 6, number 11, number 8, number 10, and number 9. What is that representative of?
Those are all evidence markers.
Number 5, we see with a line. Is that being attributed, number 5, to an evidence marker?
Yes.
And would that be on the top or the bottom bunk?
I believe it was the bottom bunk.
Okay. Now, looking over to the right, we see anytime we see these numbers, is it safe to say those are evidence numbers?
Yes.
So we see what looks like an evidence number 4. Tell us where that was located or what it was around.
It was around 2 sets of TVs, and it appeared to be like a chair, and it was in the corner.
So this line that we talked about earlier with a series of dotted lines before that, does that represent like the doorway?
Yes.
So if you're exiting through this doorway from the children's bedroom with the bunk bed, what's immediately to the right?
A bathroom.
And is that what we see here to the right with like the toilet, and it looks like something in front of the toilet, a shower, and a vanity area?
Yes.
Now walking down this hallway, it looks like there's a doorway to another room. What is that entering?
The master suite, master bedroom.
When you enter this doorway immediately to the right, what do we see?
Another bathroom.
Now, without any further doors, if you keep walking, you walk into what looks like the master bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now we see to the right a rectangle up against it. Looks like the wall that separates the bathroom from the master bedroom. Is that representative of a dresser?
Yes.
We see several evidence markers, 12, 13, 14, and 18 or 16. Oh yeah, no, that's 18. Are those representative of evidence that were found in those locations on the dresser?
Yes.
Looking upwards to the right, we see 15. Is that an evidence marker found on another piece of furniture?
Yes, it was another dresser.
Another dresser, okay. Then we see the bed. We see evidence marker 17. Is that representative of a piece of evidence that was found on the bed?
Yes.
Now, when we're looking at both of these, 25A and 25B, is the purpose of doing these 2 diagrams so that every piece of physical evidence that's found at the scene is representative on this diagram?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after, one second, let me just return this to the clerk. After you're at the Heritage Club address and you document this scene of the physical evidence that's found while you're assisting crime scene investigator Bader, did you have an occasion to go to a hospital where another victim, in this case, Jermaine Bass, who we call JJ, was located?
Yes.
Did you have an occasion to take photographs of JJ and his injuries?
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's been trademarked for identification as states 27A through D. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of what the child victim JJ looked like at the time that you photographed him?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I offer into evidence what's been pre-marked for identification of states 27A through D as states 27A through D.
They're admitted.
Do I have
already.
permission to publish?
Yep.
Thank you, Judge. I'm putting on the Almo what's been pre-marked for identification as state, or what's been entered into evidence as states 27A. What hospital was he located?
He was at TGH as well in the PICU,
What's the PICU, do you know?
the Pediatric Intensive Care Unit.
When you walked in, this wound that we're seeing, for the record, on 27A, the photo is depicting what looks like the ear of the child. And up to the right, we see a wound. Is that his left ear?
Yes.
And I'm putting 27B on the Elmo. Often in these photos, we see these measurements used. Can you explain to the jury why and when you decide to use these measurements in photos?
When we take our series of photos, we usually do overall mid-range close-up. And what you're seeing are close-ups. And then with our close-ups, we add scales to give a relative size to show how large an item is or how small an item is.
This injury on 27B, is it the same injury that's depicted on what we just looked at on 27A?
It is.
I'm placing on the Elmo 27C. Tell the jury what we're looking at on 27C.
That is the JJ's right pinky finger.
An injury to his right pinky finger. I'm putting on the Elmo what's been entered into evidence as 27D. Is this the same photo that we just looked at, but the only difference as this one having the marker so we know how big it is?
Yes.
One moment. So we have the injury to JJ, the left side of his head right above his ear, and then we have the injury to his right pinky that we just saw in those photos, correct?
Yes.
Judge, may I just have a moment?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
All right. Cross.
No questions.
All right. You can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
She released from her subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
This is so
Call your
sad.
next witness.
Crime scene investigator Shannon Meter.
So sad. Them poor babies.
Will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Good afternoon. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Hello, my name is Shannon Bader, SHANNON, last name Bader, BADER.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How long where do you work?
I work for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office as a crime scene investigator
Tell the jury, how long have you worked at HCSO as a crime scene investigator?
for about 3 years.
On August 29th of 2022, did you work as a crime scene investigator with Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
When did you get hired?
Well, with the Sheriff's Office in 2019 and crime scene 2021.
So at the time of August 29th of 2022, tell the jury how many times you have been called to a crime scene as a crime scene investigator to document.
Probably at least a dozen times.
When you go to a crime scene, help us understand as a crime scene investigator, how do you decide what to document and what not to document?
Basically, we work with a crime scene detective.
When you arrived at the Heritage Grove address associated with this case to do your investigation, did you meet with a detective at that time?
Yes.
Who did you meet with?
Detective Clay Holman.
Do you guys walk through the scene together and have some sort of understanding before you start documenting?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
When you arrived, tell them what you saw.
So I walked through. It is a townhome that when you walk in, the kitchen is on your left. There's a living room area. Then you walk up the stairs. There's a bedroom to your right. There's a bathroom kind of in the hallway area. There is then a master bedroom in the front, also with a bathroom inside.
Tell us what you're doing when you
They're
first
gonna
walk
show
through
crime scene
and during
photos
your
in this
process
one.
of documenting.
So first I walk through and I do a walkthrough of the scene. And then what I do is take overall photographs, which are basically photographs of the house and everything as is when I get there.
when you walk through and you're working with a detective to decide how to document, what do you use to place next to items that you see that may be of evidentiary value?
Evidence markers.
What do those evidence markers look like?
So I have yellow cones, or I also use green scale markers or yellow scale markers.
So tell us the difference between the scale markers and the cones. The cones, are they like physical cones that you can place next to something?
Yes.
What about the green and yellow scale markers? Are those like the cones or are they something different?
They're something else. They're basically like sticker scale rulers.
Do they all represent the same thing when they're used in one crime scene?
In this case, particularly, I use the yellow evidence markers to document items of evidentiary value of physical items that I was collecting. I use the green scale markers to document areas of red substances. And then I use the yellow scale markers to document any damage that I saw.
So yellow evidence markers were for physical things.
Yes.
The green scales, which are like stickers, that was used to document red substance you saw.
Yes.
And the yellow stickers were used for what?
For damages.
Damage, okay. Judge, I'll be, do I have permission to post and entered as states 22A through EEEE?
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo states 22A. Tell us, when you first walk into the apartment or the townhome, is this what you see?
Yes.
What are we looking at in this photo?
So this is the living room area. The front door is behind me and the back door is in front of me. And this is, you could see evidence marker 1, and then on the floor should be green scale marker A.
So the cone of evidence marker 1 indicates to us that there was something physical next to it. What was physical next to it? Do you remember?
Yes, this was the ace bandage clip.
Okay. Now on the floor, you told us that the green scale stickers represent red substance. Is that what's notated on the floor right here?
Yes.
We're looking at 22B. Is this a close-up of that green sticker that we just saw?
Yes, it is.
And if we zoom in,
Yeah, zoom in because I can see it.
Oh.
I can see it.
if we zoom in, the red
Wow.
substance that's depicted on the floor, you can kind of see it in like the wood graining. Is that what you deemed of evidentiary value to put the measure sticker next to it?
Yes.
We're looking at 22C. So when you first walk into the apartment, we saw evidence marker 1 was a couch. This evidence marker 2, are these 2 chairs? Was that just on the other side of the couch as you're walking into the room?
Yes.
Tell us what physical is next to evidence marker 2.
This is a blue cell phone.
We're looking at 22D. When you go to walk up the stairs, are these green stickers? We see 1, 2, 3 in this photo. What do you see on those green stickers, and what was the purpose of placing them there?
These are more areas of red substances as you're walking up the stairs on the wall. That should be green scale C, and then D and E up there.
I'm placing 22E.
How did blood get there? I guess when he
Now
was
we're
carrying
seeing
the
a
kid down.
close-up, and if you
Hey,
zoom
Hood.
in, there was a green evidence sticker.
Or
that you can
she,
see. It says
because
red
I really
substance
don't
C
know
that you
who
just
did
referred
it
to.
right now.
Also depicted, we see a green sticker here to the left on one of the staircases. Why did you place that evidence marker there?
There's a red substance on that stair.
We're looking at 22F. Tell me the vantage point of this photo.
So this is kind of looking up. I'm standing in the middle area of the stairwell, and you're looking up to the landing.
We see a green marker on the left. Was that to document and mark a red substance as well?
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22G. At this point, is this as if you had walked up to the very top of the stairs and you're looking ahead?
Yes.
Now, we can see a yellow evidence marker 3 in this view. Tell the jury what is immediately to the right of the physical evidence marker 3.
This is a gauze pad.
I'm placing 22H on the Elmo. Is this just a closer up view of that gauze pad?
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22I.
Covered in blood.
Which room are we looking into?
This is the kid's bedroom.
So I want to zoom in. I see a green evidence marker on the left side of the doorway. You can see the brass or metal, door hinge to the left.
A little bit, yeah.
Why did you place that green evidence marker on the doorway right there?
There was an area of red substance there.
Now, on the other side, the green area that we just looked at, that's not the side that the door is connected to, correct?
Correct.
So the area where I'm pointing on the right side of the photo, where immediately to the right of that, it looks like there's like an
It's on the
right there.
hinge.
That's where the door is attached to, correct? So it opens up inward.
Yes.
Now on 22J, which I'm placing on the Elmo, is this the same doorway that we're looking at, but we're looking at the actual side of the door?
Yes.
and I see an evidence marker in the middle. It's green. Tell us what that represents.
The red substance on the door.
Now we're zooming in. Tell the jury and explain for the record. Everything's written down. What color is the door?
Wow.
So the
There's
slides
a
that
lot
we're
of
seeing in this
splitter on
photo
that.
is that the red substance that you deemed should be marked with that green marker.
Yes.
I'm placing 22K.
So the door was open.
We see in the bottom right-hand corner a silver door handle. Is that the silver door handle on the door from the previous photo we were looking at?
Yes.
So when we're walking into the room, is this the children's room that we're walking immediately into?
Yes.
In the middle of the room, tell the jury, I'm pointing to a circle here that has pink around it, and tell them what it is.
Trampoline.
And immediately in front of that, we see a white rectangle. What was that?
A pillow.
We see
One, I think she's 5, a 5-year-old, and then 8-year-old that was hit in the head with a pew-pew. Both mom and dad were home at the time. They're saying the dad did it. I don't know. I'm listening. But yeah, 2 babies were injured. So
see a green evidence marker on the pillow. I'm going to zoom in so that we can see it a little bit better. What color is the pillow?
White.
And we can see that there
Yeah.
is a red substance on the pillow. Is that why you chose to place that evidence marker there?
Sad.
Yes.
Immediately behind the trampoline, it looks like, is that a dresser?
Yes.
I'm placing 22L on the Elmo. We see on the right side of this photo a brown, it looks like the same dresser you just pointed out in the photo before. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tell the jury there is what's in the middle where the green marker is that we see that I'm pointing to right now.
That is another red substance on the floor.
it's probably where they laid
Now
her.
we're looking at 22M. Are these the same monitors that we're looking at here in 22L?
Yes.
So as we walk over and we take a better look at 22, or at the monitors that were on 22L, on 22M, what is the yellow evidence marker signifying?
This is marking the red cell phone that's on the ground.
22N, I'm placing on the Elmo. Tell the jury what the purpose of the green sticker is.
This is marking the red substance on the ground.
I'm putting on the Elmo 22.
There's red substance on the clothes too.
What are we seeing here? We see something in the doorway.
The dollhouse.
Was that there all along, or was that moved during the course of the investigation?
It was moved.
Where was it originally?
Up against that pink house that's against the bunk bed.
So I'm pointing to the right where I see gray framing. Is that the gray framing of the bunk bed you're talking about?
Yes.
Immediately to the left of that, we see like a darker hot pink that looks like some sort of child's house. Are you indicating that the one on the left was pushed up against?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this marker 7, what is that indicating?
There's a piece of a gun holster in the, I guess, baby holder.
Like some sort of like baby doll
Yeah.
toy. Okay, we're looking at 22F. I'm placing on Elmo. Is this a closer up of the evidence marker you were just discussing?
Yes.
And once we zoom in, what do we see inside of this baby doll accessory here?
That is a piece of a gun holster.
A piece of a gun holster. 22Q. What are we looking at here?
This is the top of the bunk where the stairs are, and there's 3 areas of red substances marked.
So we see one on the left side here of the top of the ladder, correct?
Yes.
One up at the top corner where you would like walk up the ladder, and then one immediately to the left of that.
Yes.
We're looking at 22R. Tell us what we're looking at in 22R.
This is the top bunk where you can now see a green scale marker. You can kind of still see the one in the corner. 2 areas of damage marked, and then yellow evidence marker 6.
I think this is the first time that we see the yellow markers. So you said the yellow stickers represent damage. So for instance, we see damage A. What does that look like to you? Is that in the drywall?
Yes, that's the hole in the wall.
So we see, I'm zooming in for the record on damage. I just zoomed in on damage A. Now I'm zooming in on damage B. What are we looking at damage B right here?
That's damage on one of the bed posts on the top bunk.
And then we see another green sticker right above the bed frame on the far left. What is that indicating?
That is marking a red substance on that wall.
So on that wall, tell us what color is the wall?
White.
Any of the spotting that we're seeing right there, is that what you deem to be red substance?
Yes.
Oops, wrong way, I'm sorry. Now we see on the right side of this picture, a physical yellow evidence marker number 6. Tell the jury what the physical evidence marker number 6 is representing.
That is representing a casing.
22S, I'm placing on the Elmo. This is a similar view as the one before. Would you agree?
Yes.
The difference is we see a marker on the mattress. Tell us what the marker on the mattress indicates.
That is showing the red substance on the mattress.
We're seeing on 22T. Tell us what we see.
These are 2 red substances on the wall, and this is a view from the bottom bunk.
So, and to reference this, I want to put it on 22U. So in 22U, what are we looking at?
So this is the bunk bed. You could see the top and the bottom in this photo.
Explain to the jury so that they can understand what size were the beds.
The exact number I do not recall.
But were they? Was it a queen over a queen?
Oh, a twin.
A twin on the top, and on the bottom. Did the mattress fit the frame perfectly on top?
On the bottom, no.
On the top.
On the top, yes.
Okay, and on the bottom, no. So help us understand. Was the mattress too big or too small for the frame on the bottom?
On the bottom, it was too small.
Now, what are we seeing in, we're looking at 22U specifically, and I want to focus your attention. You can see that there is a mattress on the bottom, but then it looks like some sort of item behind the mattress, flat up against the wall. What was that item?
A giant teddy bear.
And what did it look like the purpose of the giant teddy bear being between the wall and the mattress to you?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
When you were at the scene looking at the giant teddy bear, did it fit between the mattress and the wall?
Yes.
Was the mattress touching the wall at that time?
No.
Now, I want to refer back to 22T. There's 2 evidence markers here. What are they representing to? We see one that says red substance Q. And it looks like a straight line down. What did it look like to you when you were there in person and had a chance to look at it up close?
It was the red substance on the wall, and then next red sub are also a red substance, both consistent with blood.
Now, we just talked about you. So
Looks like one was shot in the bottom, one was shot in the
this gives us a
top.
better view of evidence marker 6 that we talked about before.
How were they laying right next to each other? Because there wouldn't be blood spatter like that on the bottom unless you were shot on the bottom. I don't know. Okay, maybe I'm dumb. But that's the way I look at it.
What are we looking at that's immediately to the right of evidence marker 6?
This is the casing on the bed.
22W. Is this the same casing we just viewed as next to evidence marker 6?
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22X. Is this the top bunk or the bottom bunk?
The top bunk.
And are these the same damage marks, A and B, that you pointed to before, and red substance marks that we've seen in other photos?
Yes.
The pillow, was that on the mattress when you were taking photos?
Yes.
I'm placing 22Y. Is this a closer up of the red substance we talked about?
Hey, bro, how are you? This is wild.
Before, right next to the teddy bear on the bottom bunk.
Yes.
22Z. Tell us what we're looking at in this photo.
This is the bathroom that is next to the kid's bedroom.
Now, on the far right of this photo, where my finger is located, the far right, you can see an open door. Tell the jury, where does that door lead to?
That door is the child's bedroom.
So the door that I'm pointing to in the middle of the photograph that you can see that's open, the wall above here that I'm pointing to, which is right next to the tile from the shower for the record, that wall is shared by this bathroom and the children's room, correct?
Yes, correct.
22.
Okay, I'm still not getting. They're saying that the kids were laying right next to each other when it happened. I'm not. I just don't understand, I guess. I don't understand how there's blood spatter on the bottom bunk if no one was shot there. That's where I don't get it. But apparently, when they first talked to him before he was read as a Miranda rights, he said that it was accidental discharge, something about taking a magazine out. But I don't know how you accidentally discharge 5 times. The wife was home. She was outside hysterical, couldn't talk. He was calm. I don't know. I still have questions. Prove to me that he did it. Prove to me that it wasn't her. Prove to me that the kid didn't get a hold of the gun. Prove to me something. You know what I'm saying? Like, just prove to me something. All right.
To AA, I'm placing on the elbow. What are we looking at here on the right? We see an evidence marker,
This is the yellow scale marker documenting damage on the wall.
and it's labeled damage A1. We also see a marker on the left side. It looks like there's a shower curtain rod and a shower curtain. What is documented here on this side?
That is documenting damage on the shower curtain.
So I'm looking at 22BD, I'm placing on the elbow. Damage A1, is that on the wall that we just looked at in the bathroom?
Yes.
Damage A2 in 22CC, is that the damage to the shower curtain that you were just talking about?
Yes.
I'm placing on the elbow 22DD. Damage A2 that you just discussed on the shower curtain, is that the same one?
Yes.
Now, what are we looking at here on the left? Tell us, describe to us what that damage is and where it was located.
That's damage A3, and it's in the shower on the wall.
We're looking at 22EE, I'm placing on the elbow. Is that the same damage you just described?
Yes.
What's located within the damage that we see on this photo?
That would be a projectile.
22FF, I'm placing on the elbow. So we just left the bathroom. We're not in the bathroom anymore. Where are we right now looking at the damage that is depicted in this photo?
This is the top bunk railing.
I'm placing on the elbow 22GG. Tell us the vantage point of this photo. I see a marker that says A1 and damage B2. Where are you standing when this photo was taken?
So now I'm standing inside that bathroom that is next to the child's bedroom, and we're looking at the wall that is shared with the child's bedroom.
Is this the same bathroom that just showed the damage that was to the shower curtain and the projectile that was found in the shower tile that we just looked at?
Yes.
Same room.
Yes.
We're looking at 22HH. We see damage B2. Again, is that the same bathroom that we've been discussing?
Yes.
22II. Tell us what we're looking at. Which room are we in now?
This is the kid's bedroom, and this is a view of the bottom bunk and where the stairs start.
It's freaking sad. Anytime a kid is injured, I don't know. I don't know how anybody could do this to a child. This is wild and crazy and all that stuff. Like, I mean, this is sad. This is freaking sad.
Sorry.
When we're looking at this bottom bunk, we see what looks like a pink and purple blanket. Behind that, we see kind of there is that the teddy bear you were talking about earlier.
Yes.
We see an evidence marker number 5. What is that significant?
That is another casing on the bed on the bottom bunk.
We're looking at 22JJ. What's the purpose of this photo?
This is showing the height of how high the bunk beds are.
So we see what looks like a measuring tool.
And you can tell he's under a lot of stress. Like his eyes, man, are blinking like nobody's freaking business. And he's like clenching his jaw a lot. Man, these are his kids. And I can understand being under that stress and under this scrutiny. You know, there was 2 adults in the house. How come you're the only one getting blamed? If you didn't do it, you know, they still got to prove to me it was him, you know, that's the way I look at it. But yeah.
Here on the left, and it looks like the top portion of the railing on the top bunk is 5 feet and 5 inches. Is that fair?
Yes.
I'm placing on the elbow 22KK. Tell the jury what we're looking at here. We see 3 evidence markers, 8, 9, and 10.
These are marking 3 more casings.
Now, this photo, is this of the top bunk or is this the bottom?
You know, anytime a kid is hurt, it just breaks my heart. Breaks my freaking heart. I don't know how you can take somebody that you created and hurt them. Or I don't even know how a stranger could hurt a child. I don't understand it. It's barbaric. It's sad as freak. Yes, I'm trying not to swear. It's just so sad. I mean, if you don't want the babies, there's other people that would love those babies. This is sad. This is so sad. And But they got to prove to me it wasn't her. You know, I mean, they got to prove to me that it truly was him, because I got questions. I got questions, you know. I mean, yeah, just because one person's calm and the other one's frantic, that's not a sign of guilt. Like, you know, we all react in different ways. But you got to prove to me, did you test his hands for gun residue? Did you do that? I bet you didn't. Did you test her hands? Oh no, you were too worried about getting her to the hospital, but you're going to keep him because he was holding his child. Like, no, they both should be detained. In my opinion, they were both at the scene. Until you figure it out, they need to be detained. I get, like they could call their family member, have them, you call the family members to have somebody go to the hospital for them. But, you know, both of them need to be detained. Both of them need to have their hands checked. This is sad. I mean, just because you have DNA on an object, you know, and stuff, doesn't mean that it necessarily was that person. He could have been wrestling it away from you. You know what I'm saying? Just I have questions. But this is sad. Two babies. And the girl is no longer living. This is freaking sad.
The top bunk.
22LL. Is this a close-up? We're looking at 8 right here with a casing right next to it. This is just a close-up of the casing located next to that.
Yes.
marker. What are we looking at 22MM?
That is the head stamp of that casing.
I'm really trying not to cry right now. Like, this is sad. Oh, kid stories are so hard for me, but at the same time, like, this is sad. Why would you do this to your baby? Like, why? Why would anybody do this to a baby? There's so many other options. You know, relationships are hard. You know, being a parent's hard. But at the same time, if you don't have the strength to do it, you know, somebody else does. Oh, this is so sad.
What about 22NN? We're looking at evidence marker 9 and 10.
Also the casings.
So this casing that I'm pointing to more in the middle, is that attributed to evidence marker number 9?
Yes.
And the casing that's to the left, where it looks like the empty cylinder is facing upward towards the ceiling, is that attributed to evidence marker number 10?
Yes.
22BB. Nope, 00, sorry. 2200, I'm placing on the Elmo. Is this the head stamp? Hold on. There we go. Is this the head stamp of the shell casing attributed to evidence marker number 9?
Yes.
23PP. What are we looking at?
That is the casing at evidence marker number 10.
22QQ. Tell the jury what we're looking at.
That is the head stamp of the casing at evidence marker 10.
You've used the term head stamp a couple of times. I don't want to blow over that. Can you explain to the jury, when you're using the term head stamp, what does that mean?
So basically the casing, it is the top of the casing that has the imprint and the firing impression on it.
We're looking at 22RR and placing on the Elmo. Tell us the significance of the evidence marker. We see 11.
Evidence marker 11 is showing the bedding on the top bunk.
We're looking at 22SS and placing on the Elmo. Help us get oriented. We've been into the bathroom, we've been into the children's bedroom, we've been downstairs. Where are we now in 22SS?
So now we were in the master bedroom.
22TT, I'm placing on the Elmo. Is this the same master bedroom?
Yes.
Help us understand the vantage point. I see in the middle, I see what looks like an open door right to the right of the silver dresser.
Like, was she trying to move out? I mean, what's all the clothes on the bed? What's all the clothes on the bed? Like, what? This is so hard, man. Like, was she trying to leave? Was she trying to vacate? I got questions. I mean, I got questions.
Depicted in this photo. Is that the door that you would use to enter and exit this master bedroom?
Yes.
Or was he trying to leave? I got so many questions.
22UU, I'm placing on the Elmo. Help us understand what we're looking at here.
This is the dresser in that master bedroom, and there is a live round next to evidence marker 12.
I'm gonna zoom in. What does a live round mean?
It is a
Wait, is that white powdery substance right there? Oh, okay, let me
round
mind
that's
my
not been
business.
fired by a gun.
To the left of evidence marker 12, there is a silver object that I'm pointing to. Is that the live round you just spoke about?
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22.
What is it?
V, what are we looking at in 22 V?
That is the head stamp of the live round.
22 WW. I see evidence marker 13 and 14. Help us understand what they are attributed to.
This is that drawer in that dresser that we just looked at, and 13 is a wallet, and 14 is a gun.
So let's go back to, this is
Where the fuck's the
22
gun at? I
TT.
don't see the gun.
In the back, we see evidence markers 13 and 14 and a drawer to the top left that's open. Is that what we're looking at? Just like a top aerial view here in 22 WW.
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22XX. Is this a close-up of the two items you just described?
Yes.
So we have 13 attributed
Oh,
to
there's
the
the
wallet,
gun. Oh, open your
and then
eyeballs.
14 attributed to the item that we see right here, which looks like the top of a handgun. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why does it got a yellow thing on it? Oh,
22
I got
YY.
questions.
I'm placing on the Elmo. Is 22
Was it an automatic? Did it have a switch? Oh, I guess they're gonna tell me right here. Say I got questions.
YY the same firearm that's right here by evidence marker 14?
Yes.
In this photo, it's facing the right. I'm
It's a
placing
tiny
22
gun.
Z on the Elmo. Is this the same firearm?
Yes.
Facing the other way.
Yes.
22
380.
A. I'm
that's
placing on the
right.
Elmo. What are we looking at here?
That is a magazine that was also in that drawer.
Was it in the drawer because it was in the firearm,
It's
or is it separate from the firearm?
It was separate.
He emptied that page.
Now we're looking at
Or she, or whatever.
22 B. Orient the jury. Where are we when we find evidence marker 15?
This is next to that dresser, and it is a phone inside of a backpack.
So are we still inside the master bedroom when we finally locate this backpack that's depicted?
Excuse
in,
me.
Next to evidence marker 15.
Yes, we are.
22 C. I'm placing on the Elmo. Orient us to this photo. It looks like there's a hand depicted in the photo. Is that your hand?
Yes.
What are you holding in your hand in 22 C?
A projectile.
Damn, they tore that wall up just to get a projectile up. Damn.
A projectile. Where was this projectile found?
In the wall of the bathroom, sharing that wall that shares the child's bedroom.
So we just left the master bedroom. So let's back up. 22 CCC, where this hole in the wall is that from the vantage point of standing in the bathroom where this wall shares the room with the children's bedroom?
Yes.
22 D. I'm placing on the Elmo. Is that the same projectile we just saw, just a close-up version?
Yes.
22 D. Did I just say that? 22 E. I'm placing on the Elmo.
Oh, let me see how much.
What are we looking at?
This is the top bunk mattress after we cut it open.
What was the purpose of cutting the mattress open from the top up?
We had noticed a hole in it.
22 FFF. What are we looking at here?
Now we ripped away all the foam inside, and now we're looking inside the coils of the mattress.
So in this photo that we're looking at right here, it looks as though this mattress is now on the bottom bunk.
Damn, they tore up the mattress
So
too.
because the mattress was on top, in order to just examine it better, we did bring it down to the bottom bunk.
What are we looking at in 22 G?
I ain't never seen this
You
before.
can kind of see the
I've never
projectile that it's under all the coiling in the mattress.
Where?
22 HHH. What are we looking at?
That is that projectile.
So this projectile was found in the mattress that was located on the top of the bed.
Yes.
What are we looking at in 22 HHH?
This is back to the master bedroom, and it is a security camera on a nightstand.
22 I. We see an evidence marker 17.
That is marking that Adidas bag.
When you first initially walked into the master bedroom, was that Adidas bag sitting on the bed, or was it located elsewhere first?
It was located elsewhere.
Where was it located?
In the master closet.
What was the purpose of taking it down from the master closet and onto this bed to photograph it?
This was after the detectives had done their search and it had found that it was of evidentiary value. So then I took the photograph of it.
Okay, so 22JJJ. What are we looking at in here? What is this the contents of?
This is the contents of that bag at evidence marker 17.
So the same bag that we see in 22III. Are you saying that this is the contents of that same bag in 22JJJ?
Yes.
Now,
What the fuck's in it?
we're looking at 22L.
Oh, shell casings and shit.
Isn't it on the Elmo?
Or shells and shit.
It looks like a hand is holding some sort of measuring device. Help us understand, why are there times that you use a measuring device, like a ruler in this case, to show the height of something?
This is showing the height of the damage to show how high it is off the ground.
In this photo, we see in an evidence tag to the left that's labeled damage A1. Right above that, we see something poking out of the damage that we've seen before. We've never seen something that thus far out of these photos poking out of the damage. Help the jury understand what's poking out of damage A1.
That is called a trajectory rod.
What's the purpose of using trajectory rods when you are documenting?
See where the bullet goes.
A trajectory rod is used to show a possible flight of path through 2 areas of damage or more.
So for instance, if you have a crime scene where it looks like you have what some may call a through and through, is a rod helpful in that situation to document the trajectory?
Sometimes they use lasers. Sometimes they use rods.
To show in fact if it was a through and through.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so we see damage A1 that there's a rod there. We're looking at, also for the record, would you agree with me that the damage A1 is just about 5 feet 6 inches high?
Yes.
So now we're looking at 22MMM. Oh, I guess it would be helpful to just make sure that 22LLL, this damage A1, what room are we located in?
This is the bathroom on that same wall that shares the child's bedroom above the towel rack.
So on the direct other side of this wall, is that where the bunk beds were located?
Yes.
Now, 22MMM, I'm placing on the Elmo.
That's
Is
the
this the
other
same
one.
bathroom that we were just looking at in the previous photo?
Yes.
Now, next to damage A1, again, it looks like we have a ruler. Would you agree with me that damage A1 is about 4 feet, 11 and a half or so inches?
Yes.
We're looking at 22NNN. What are we looking at in this photo? We see a ruler to the left of what?
This is showing the height of damage A3 in the shower wall.
Would you agree with me that the damage is right around the 4'10" to 11" marker?
Yes.
We're looking at 22000. The green item that we see depicted in the middle of this photo, is that the trajectory rod that you were discussing with the jury earlier that we saw poking out of damage A1?
Yes, it is.
What's the purpose of documenting with the trajectory rod, specifically in this photo?
So this is showing the connection between the damage that I had marked at the yellow scale markers A.
Does using a trajectory rod in a situation such as this one, where the damage depicted shows it could potentially all be caused by one projectile?
Yes.
Speculation.
Overruled.
So in this case, what's depicted in 22000 does damage A1 damage, hold on, I have to. Does the damage to the wall, the damage to the shower curtain, and the damage to the shower tile containing the projectile all match up using the trajectory rod?
Yes.
Did they have to tear the tile off the wall?
22P. Zoom out. What room are we in here?
This is the bathroom.
And we're looking at a marker entitled damage B2. Would you agree with me that the damage B2 looks like it encompasses 4 feet and between 9 and 10 inches?
Yes.
Just for the record, there's 2 bathrooms.
Yes.
Yes.
You said we're in the bathroom.
Yes,
Sorry,
ma'am. Thank you, Judge. The bathroom that we've been discussing all along with the damage.
Yes.
Is that all the bathroom that's directly next to the children's bedroom?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage whatsoever in the bathroom that would be right next to that, adjacent to the master bedroom?
No.
So all along during your testimony, when we've been discussing a bathroom that has any damage to it, we would be talking to the bathroom where the wall is shared directly with the children's room.
Yes.
22QQQ. Is this photo documenting the difference between the 2 damages on the wall?
Yes.
A1 and damage B2.
Yes, and how far it is from the entryway door.
Okay, and so on the right where this 1 starts, is that where the door would be open?
Yes.
22 RRR, I'm placing on the Alamo. Take us back. What room are we in again?
The children's
Yeah,
bedroom.
this is tough,
Photo
dude.
depicted, we see a mattress and bed railings. Are we looking at the top bunk or are we looking at the bottom?
I feel it, man. This is rough. And these ain't my babies. Oh my gosh, this could be hard. Oh, and if you didn't do it, oh man. Even if you did it, this is rough.
The top bunk.
The damage that we saw, we see damage A and damage B. Are those the damage markers that we discussed before seeing on the top bunk?
Yes.
Now we see an item that is sticking out of damage A and an item right next to damage B. It's not going through damage B, but it looks like it's coming from behind the wall. Help us understand what those two items are. Let's start with the green one that's coming out of damage A.
That is the trajectory rod that we were discussing earlier.
That green trajectory rod that you said we were discussing earlier, is that the same exact trajectory rod that we saw depicted going through the damage into the children's bathroom, through the shower curtain, and into the tile?
Yes, it is.
That is the same exact rod we were looking at.
Yes.
What about, we see it looks like red or pinkish rod that we're looking at here. It's right next to the damage B marker, but it's not coming out of it. Help us understand that.
So this one is going into the hole in the wall. That would be damage B1.
Where is damage B1 located?
On the wall behind that railing.
Okay, so we're looking at
No breaks.
22 SSS.
So I'm
Is that
gonna
the
go
same
outside
trajectory
and
rod we just
smoke
were
while
looking
we're
at that goes
watching
from
this.
the
This
children's
is
bedroom,
this
into
is
the
sad.
children's,
Sad.
bath?
Yes.
And we see a red substance on the right side as well. It looks like 22 TTT refers back to, is this the children's shower that we were talking about, the green trajectory rod?
Yes.
And referring back to 22 SSS, that's the same pole depicted in both. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
22 U, what are we looking at here?
This is a bag, and on top of it is a holster, a box of ammunition, and a magazine.
Was that bag located right here when it was photographed?
No, it was not.
Where was it located before it was photographed?
That was in a children's bedroom closet.
So it was brought down from the closet so that you could take the contents out and photograph them?
Yes.
22 VVV were placed on the Alamo. Where is this damage located?
This damage is where the projectile came from of the B2 in the bathroom that shares the wall with the children's bedroom.
We're looking at 22 WWW. What do we see here?
This is the bottom of the drawer that we saw earlier with evidence markers 13 and 14. This is once taking the clothing out, evidence marker 18 was placed.
What room is evidence marker 18 found in?
The master bedroom.
So the drawer that we saw before, is this the same drawer?
Yes.
So help us understand, you didn't see these items before because of why?
There was clothing on top of it.
Once you removed the clothing, you were able to see these, and that's why you placed this evidence marker there?
Yes.
Tell us what exactly is depicted in this photo.
In this photo, there are loose live rounds at the bottom of this drawer.
And again, a live round is what?
A round that has not been fired yet by a gun.
22XXX. Is this just a closer up of evidence marker 18, those live rounds that you're discussing?
Yes, it is.
22YYY. What are we looking at in 22YYY?
That is the head stamp of the live rounds that were in that drawer.
It looks, let's see, 22AA. I'm placing on the Elmo. What are we looking at here?
This is the Adidas bag that was at evidence marker 17.
Remind us, where was this Adidas bag initially located?
Initially in the master bedroom closet.
After it was taken from the master bedroom closet, where was it placed so that you could photograph it?
On the bed in the master bedroom.
Now, where are these photographs taking place?
These are taken back at the office at the crime scene section.
22 BBBB. What are we looking at here?
This is that same bag just opened.
22 CCCC. I'm placing on the Elmo. What are we looking at here?
These are now the contents I took out of the bag.
So it looks like in this photo, in the top middle, it looks like a computer mouse with some wiring. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we see to the right of that, we see a zippered pouch right here. And next to that, it looks like another sort of pouch.
Yes.
We see below that, looks like some plastic or one plastic container of sorts. Is that right?
Oh,
It's
yes.
a plastic bag?
Yes.
What's to the left of the plastic bag?
That is a magazine.
Magazine. What's to the left of the magazine?
Ammunition box,
What's to the left of that?
batteries,
Now we're going on what would look like the third row. We see a box of metal objects that have a point to it. What are those?
those are also an ammunition box,
What's inside of the ammunition box?
live rounds,
To the right of that, we see what looks like a rectangle of something. What are those?
live rounds as well.
To the right of that, we see another rectangle. And for the record, the one to the left that she just described was more, what color would you call that? Silver?
Yes,
The one to the right, what color would you say those were?
more gold,
And what are those gold things?
also live rounds.
Now, next to those gold live rounds, we see 3 items next to each other. They look similar, but they're different lengths. Tell me what they are.
They are magazines,
Magazines for what?
a gun.
We look next to that and we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 boxes. What are those?
Those are ammunition boxes.
Later, do you open up those ammunition boxes and photograph the contents inside of those other 7 ammunition boxes?
Yes,
Below that, it looks like a cell phone. Is that correct?
yes.
What's to the left of that? It looks like something on its side. I can't tell.
I think that is a magazine as well.
Okay, and to the left of that, we see 1, 2, 3, 4 items on the bottom of the page. What are those?
Casings,
Casings. There's 1 silver item above that. What is that?
also a casing.
There's 1, what color would you call that? A gold item above
gold.
that? It looks like actually there's 3 of them. What are those?
Also casings,
To the left of that, we see an orange item that is like a U in nature that looks like it has 2 little silver keys on it. What is that?
a lock of some sort.
Above that, what are we looking at right here?
I'm not sure what that is.
Okay, and to the left of that on the far left bottom corner, it looks like a circle with something coming out of that. What is that?
It's used to hold ammunition, live rounds.
So let me exit all the way. 22 D. Is this a closer up view of the contents of those boxes we just discussed?
Yes, it is.
And remind me again, what are those?
Live rounds.
22 E. We see that circle item that has something coming out of the top. What are we looking at there?
These are the live rounds that came from that circular device.
So when you photographed the circular device the first time, you didn't see those silver items up top. Did those come from within that
Yes.
circular item?
Yes, they did.
Okay, Judge, may I have a moment to hand this to my co-counsel to put back in order, please? You have just a moment, Judge.
Yes.
May I retrieve scissors, please? And Judge, what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 9, do I have permission to publish?
Yes.
And if you want to step down for me? State's Exhibit 9. The shell casing that you got from the bottom bunk, do you remember when we were discussing that with the jury?
Yes.
If you don't mind standing, if you don't mind removing that, if you look at the label, this is the shell casing that was taken from the bottom bunk, correct? Yes. Okay, and we saw a picture of that earlier, correct?
Yes.
Don't mind removing that shell casing. Would you mind putting on almost so they can see? So orient us again. We walk into the children's bedroom. On the bottom bunk, we find this spent shell casing.
Yes.
Okay. You put that in front of you. Now, State's Exhibit 10. Should I have permission to publish?
Yes, everything that's submitted you could publish.
Thank you, Judge. State's Exhibit 10 was found on the top bunk, correct? So if you recall, the photos of the blue blanket, and there were 3 shell cases found on the blue blanket, correct? Yes. And this is one of them. Can you put that in? This is 10, sorry. Oops, sorry. We're looking at states 11, which was another one found in the top bunk. Yes. Thank you. Looking at states 12. Or double back, sorry. Let me get reaching it up. So this is also from the top bunk. Yes. On that blue blanket. Yes. State 13, the last one from the top bunk. And when you see me opening all of these envelopes, they're saying, why are they packaged this way?
So the second packet thing, the first packet is the second packet is client
And does it have labels on it too, so that they know and can keep track of where everything is and what it is?
Yes.
So states 13 that we're looking at right now, this is the last of the casings that were found at the top bunk on that blue blanket, right?
Yes.
Now, the next item that we look at, when you were in the master bedroom, we saw pictures of that silver dresser. We saw a wallet next to one of the evidence markers.
Yes.
Here, you have what's on. You pull it out. Is this the wallet that you took into custody?
Yes, it is.
You open it. Oh, sorry. We zoomed in. Okay. States 15. You put that back in. States 17. I'm opening. The bathroom that we were discussing that had all of the damage was only in the children's bathroom. The projectile that was located in the shower tile, did you collect and take that into custody?
Yes, I did.
There's too many envelopes, hold on. Can you get the paper pen or do you mind? There you go. Hold on, I'm just gonna zoom in. Okay. States 18. I'm now opening, and bringing it back to the shower with damage, children's shower. there was a point on the wall that we saw photos of where the drywall was removed so that you could collect what was inside.
Yes.
It was a projectile that you found.
Yes.
I think that was the photo that we looked at where we could see your hand in the photo.
Yes.
And you open what's inside of stage 18 to show the jury what was found inside of that wall. Stage 19, we're looking at, you talked about the bottom bunk bed or the mattress that you moved to the bottom to collect projectile from the mattress. Was that item seized and collected?
Yes.
Let's see if we can put that on the Elmo for me so that the jurors can see what came from that mattress. I just zoomed in for the record. I'll keep that back. Thank you. The only other thing I want to clarify, the wallet. You took off that, sorry. Can you open up the wallet and take out the ID from the wallet so that the jurors can see whose ID was contained within the wallet? For the record, the witness pulled out a Florida driver's license. I'm zooming in on it. It says Jermaine Bass Jr. and it's showing the defendant's photograph. That's from the wallet that was found next to the firearm in the silver drawer, correct?
Correct.
I think I need you to stay right here for the next item. I need to have another judge.
So sad. And them poor babies. His son will never be the same. That's
So your
sad.
cook just completed.
Sure.
Oh my goodness. How long are you gonna be there? Oh, you're coming back. Okay, cool.
The last thing we talked about was the drawer where in the silver dresser, master bedroom, you find the wallet, you also find a firearm. Did you collect the firearm?
Yeah.
This has been entered into evidence as State Exhibit 16. I have permission to help you. For the firearm that you found in that silver drawer, we saw an evidence marker in the photo next to it. Is this the firearm that you collected from the Bay Heritage Grove townhouse thing?
Yes.
Pardon? The box is open? Was it made safe already? All right.
Explain to the jury how was this made safe during
with the zip tie.
Please don't comment for me. So now that stage 16 is on the Elmo, we see a zip tie on the top that goes through. It looks like where a projectile would come out. Does that help make it safe?
Yes.
What about the bottom one? What is that helping to do? The bottom zip tie.
That is a tying for and it attaches the firearm tag.
There is another item inside. Can you pull it out so the can see, please? So the firearm has been placed on the Elmo. Now we're placing what looks like telemetry was the item just placed on the Elmo. Can you hold it up so that they can see how many bullets can be put inside of it? Here, you can do it. So you just placed the magazine on its side, and we see that it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 holes on it. Okay, we can put it back now. Thank you.
380s are usually a women's gun, but that's besides the point.
Judge, let me just have a minute. I need to look as well for this.
Oh.
So I went to direct your attention to the top bunk of the children's bed. You showed us some photos, and then you showed us the 3 casings that were found on the children's top bunk. Just now, we saw that they were marked with evidence marker 8, 9, 10. We just saw them on the elbow. We discussed how they were on top of a blue blanket. Do you recall that? Yes. So this is what's been entered into evidence as State Exhibit 14. We're going to go ahead and open this item. The blue blanket that we've been discussing and that we saw photographed the shell casing and the evidence markers on top of it. Was that item taken into evidence and preserved? Yes. Item in here. For the record, I opened an item contained within states, I think 17. Evidence marker. I'm holding a pillow that has red substance on it. Is this the pillow that was located on the top bunk? Yes. Where the rest of the evidence markers and lines were located? Yes. There's another item located within this exhibit. But do you mind if I use that tabletop to help place this on while I do it?
Well, whatever the bailiff wants you to do.
Thank you. This is the blue blanket, or one of the blankets that were located on the top of the bed. Yes. Where those evidence markers and shell casings are located. Yes. It's like it's a Batman. Yes. Okay. There's one more item. Is this the other blanket that was located on the top bunk where we located the shell casings with those markers that we saw in the photos? Yes. And that we showed on the album? Yes.
Oh.
Looks like it's a Star Wars. Okay, we'll do that.
So sad.
You have just a moment, Judge.
Yes.
Judge, if I may just have a moment, please take your seat to just repackage.
Mhm.
Thank you. Okay. don't mind, the council is going to help me, repackage, I just have a couple of other questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Come around this way. 628 we already got into evidence.
What number?
It's 628 through E.
All right.
I'm placing on the all states 28A. The damage and the red substance we're looking at in this photograph, where is this from?
This is the child's bedroom on the wall that the bunk bed was on.
So at some point, it looks like in this photo, the bunk bed has been removed out of it. Was that for this photo?
Yes.
So the bunk bed has been moved so that you can see the wall better?
Yes.
In one of the photos we were looking at earlier, we were discussing the trajectory rods. You talked about the trajectory rod that we said was like red or pinkish in color. Is this the one that you were referring to that you and I were discussing before?
Yes.
Now, the damage that was done to the railing that was up against the wall, is that coordinating with this damage B1 or is this separate?
It is separate. I thought of coordinating, but it is separate.
Okay, so, and is the point of the measurements of the wall, help us understand, we've seen other things before, but why place these measurements here for these three items?
So this is a method that we call T-scaling. We basically go across from the entrance of that bedroom across and then down. It just gives you a height of all three of these areas. It shows you the damage, how high it is, and how far across it is, as well as that red substance.
I'm looking at 28B, I'm placing it on the Almo. We see the scale here for damage A. Tell me how far off the ground damage A is.
This is about 5 feet, 6.5 inches.
We're looking at 28C, I just placed on the Almo. Help us understand the purpose of the measurement of this photo.
This is showing the height of the top of the bunk bed from the ground up.
How tall is the top portion?
About 5 feet, 5 inches.
I'm placing 28D on the Almo. What are we looking at here in this photo?
This is the wall that the bunk bed was originally on. However, now the bunk bed has been moved away from the wall, and now you can see those T-scales on the wall.
We're looking at 28E. Is this just a closer up of the measurement we did earlier for the height of the bunk bed?
Yes.
Please. Let's have a moment to confirm.
Yes.
I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I need to return scissors.
Cross.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you, Ms. Bader?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Thank you. You're a crime scene technician at the Sheriff's Department?
I am.
You're doing that for quite a few years, correct?
Correct.
And you're not sworn law enforcement, but you are a civilian employee.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Just pretty much your involvement in this case going to be limited to a lot of the things that you've discussed with Ms. Rader.
Yes.
Right. So you basically were the main processor in the home, downstairs, staircase, and upstairs as well.
Yes.
Okay. And did anybody assist you at the time that you were doing all your work?
My partner, CSI Daniel Janisic.
She did a Pharaoh, right?
Yes.
And she did the diagram.
Yes.
Okay. And that's typical for you guys to divide up the work. You'll label, process everything, and she Pharaoh and diagram. That's typical.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So you've indicated that GSM is a red substance scale marker.
Yes.
Right. And then PM is a photo marker, just a photo marker. Is that item collected?
Yes.
It is. Okay. And then YSM is a yellow scale marker. Is that just damage or is it an item collected as well?
Damage.
Just damage. Okay. All right. First off, let's talk about phones. My understanding that there were 2 phones that you collected in this case. Is that correct?
There were 3 or 4.
Oh, okay. So we have a blue iPhone that was found where?
The blue iPhone was on the couch downstairs.
Okay. And do you know whose phone that is?
No, I do not.
Okay. There was a red phone, looked like it was in a charger inside the children's room, correct?
Yes.
All right. So what are these other 2 phones?
There was the one that was evidence marker 15 that was in the backpack in the master bedroom. And then the Adidas bag, there was also a cell phone.
Okay. So there's 2 phones that are found in bags in the master bedroom. Do we know if those were even working? Anything like that?
I do not know.
Okay. What, if anything, are you going to do with the blue iPhone that was on the couch?
Collect it, put it into evidence.
All right. Any other processing would be done, downloading things like that by other people.
Correct.
All right. And did you ever do anything with a phone identified as belonging to Shirley Bass?
I do not know.
The phones you have mentioned, the one blue iPhone on the couch and the red phone upstairs in the kids' room. We have the two that are in either an Adidas bag or a backpack in the master bedroom in the closet. Is that the extent of any phones in this case?
Yes.
All right, I want to go downstairs real quick. You have a green scale marker, A and B. A was a red substance on the living room floor, correct?
Yes.
Right. And green scale marker B was on the living room couch.
Yes.
Okay. And did you know that Mr. Bass was sitting on that couch with his son?
No.
Okay. Basically, you're not that privy, nor are you told a lot of facts. You're there to document the same.
Correct.
Okay. Did you go upstairs?
Yes.
You do. All right. Now, you had marked a lot going up the stairs, correct?
Yes.
All right. And coming down as well?
Yes.
You saw anything else? Okay. If you are coming down that staircase, would you go near the area to get on the couch where you found green scale marker A on the floor? Here. Let's put, all right, let us put states
Some of
22A.
those blue glasses.
There we go. All right, so this is our green scale marker here.
Yes.
All right, and that's going to be green scale marker A, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then we have, this is the couch we have been talking about, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Reeder showed you chairs before. Those chairs are further down, separated from the main couch, closer to the glass slider. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you have, here again is my question, state's exhibit, we just cited green scale marker A. The staircase, best way to do this. Now I'm going to take my pen. Staircase is going to be this way.
No.
Okay, where's the staircase?
The other way, kind of in front of that pink Jeep.
What is it?
The pink Jeep all the way in the back.
The pink Jeep? Okay. So the staircase is this way.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. So this substance that you saw down here in green scale marker A, it was near this couch that I'm pointing to, which is the large couch with the evidence marker 1 on it.
Yes.
Okay. And when we say red substance A, states 22B, just for the record, that's what we're speaking of, correct?
Yes, correct.
What, if any processing did you do on red substance A besides take a photograph and measure?
I collected a swab.
Right. Are you the one to determine what swabs would need to be sent off?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything? Is there anything you could have done to preserve possibly a shoe print or a footprint?
Possibly.
Did anybody ask you to do such?
No.
All right. I want to talk about swabs that you took in the kids' room. From what everything that you testified to, it seems that on the top bunk itself, correct me if I'm wrong, the only real swab on the mattress itself would have been green scale marker O. Is that fair?
On the mattress itself?
On the mattress.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and get to that. While I'm going up the stairs, 22H states exhibits, yellow evidence marker 3. Is this the gauze that you're speaking of?
Yes.
All right. Do we know the significance at all of this gauze?
I do not.
And there was also a clip that was on the couch downstairs?
Yes.
Like a clip you would have like a bandage on and you would clip it?
Yes.
Do you know why that was bothered to be collected?
I do not.
Okay. All right. Is somebody directing you what evidence to collect?
Yes.
All right. All right. So let's go back. If I put these out of order, you guys okay? All right. Thank you. I'm trying not to, but let's look at this one. This is States Exhibit 22R. All right. And this, oh, can't see it in that one. Hang on. Let's use this one. 22S. All right. Our green scale marker O is going to be, and I'm pointing to the green scale marker, the sole green scale marker that's on the mattress.
Yes.
Okay. What are you actually documenting there? Are you documenting this stain, this stain, this stain? Is there a stain somewhere here I can't see? What stain are you documenting?
It's the pooling of blood above the green scale marker O.
Gotcha. So this area here?
Yes.
Okay. For the record, I'm pointing between the green scale marker O and the pillow. Is that fair?
Yes.
I'm trying to stay in the same topics. All right. States 22Q. There are 3 red substances you're going to mark, and that is going to be L, M, and N. That is going to be on the ledge, and the ladder that is near the more east eastern end of the bunk bed, correct?
Correct.
Right. Now, there were some other blood stains, like for example, we can see one that is to, let's say the part that's right above the staircase. If that's there, we see a little drip there. Granted, there's going to be maybe some other spots, but these are the ones that got marked. Is that fair?
Yes.
Right. When you got there, Miss Bader, in the same exhibit that's up, this comforter, am I looking here and I'm pointing to the right item? Is this a Mandalorian comforter?
Yes.
Star Wars?
Yes.
I would know that. And then you have like a softer, smaller one, that's going to be Batman.
Yes.
And for the record, I'm just pointing to the one that's over to the left.
Yeah.
What processing at all are you going to do of the Batman?
The Batman, I just documented any holes that I observed.
All right, no holes.
There was holes in it, but
Do you think it was holes potentially from projectile that you have to be concerned?
I couldn't say that for certain.
Okay. And the Mandalorian comforter?
Same thing. I documented the holes that I observed, and I took a swab of red substance.
Okay. And we're going to talk. A little bit later because I do understand you do some additional work in this case involving that Mandalorian comforter.
Yes.
All right. We'll get to that since it's later in time. We'll keep that picture here. All right. And then you marked Q and R, which were the two things that were on side of the wall near the bottom bunk.
Yes.
Okay. Near where we saw the teddy bear.
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of L, M, and N, and then we have, let me go back for 1 minute. We had on the wall P, and here it is, States Exhibit 22R. I am pointing to P. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. So besides L, M, and N on the ladder area and the ledge near the ladder, O, the one area on the mattress that you told us is the area between the green scale marker and the pillow. We have P, which is the wall we just looked at, and Q and R are the ones below.
Yes.
Is that the extent of the green scale markers you did inside this bedroom?
No.
Okay. What other ones did you do?
There's the one on the floor. There's the two in the doorway, and then one on the pillow.
Okay.
Which is the pillow that was on the ground.
The pillow on the ground, right? I think we looked at that earlier.
Yes.
Little spot. Okay. All right. In terms of anything else on that mattress, more towards the east end, let me see if I can find. Did you collect, let me strike back since I have this, 22II. That is a pink blanket on the bottom bunk.
Yes.
Near evidence marker 5, which is going to be a casing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. Was this blanket collected?
It was not.
Did you do any processing on the pink blanket that's on the bottom bunk?
No.
(22KK). Is this the Mandalorian comforter that we are looking at in this state's exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Now, 8, 9, and 10, that's going to be 3 of the casings, correct?
Yes, correct.
And on top of the bed, we also have 6. So we have 4 casings on top.
Yes.
Which are going to be 6, 8, 9, and 10. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Then we have the one on the bottom bunk, which is 5.
Yes.
Right. And what brands were these 5 casings?
There was Norma and Hornaday.
Norma and Hornaday. Okay. Those are 2 different types of manufacturers?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to point now the best I can in the same state's exhibit. We have, for example, let's say I am in the northern part of the mattress. I am to the left of the Mandalorian comforter, and I'm to some red spots on the bed. Was this swapped at all?
No.
I am pointing over to some what appears to be red substance on the wall, which will be the east wall. Is that correct, Ms. Fader?
Yes.
And it's also going to be then for the picture to the right of the Mandalorian comforter.
Correct.
Did you swab that?
I did not.
I see some blood behind evidence markers 9 and 10 on the wall. Did you swab that blood?
I did not.
And do you know how this comforter came to be in this position as we see it when you documented it?
I do not.
When you were looking at that Mandalorian comforter, we just looked at some areas of blood that were not swabbed. Aren't there a couple of other areas on the mattress of some blood around the comforter, like where it's folded, it'll lay this way and there'll be a little spot that there was some additional blood?
Yes.
Okay. And that wasn't swabbed either?
No.
And for the record, that's all going to be on the east end of the bunk bed, the other side from the pillow.
Correct.
Okay. All right. All right. Let's talk about the items in the children's room. It's standard procedure to take a picture of the casing.
Yes.
You're then going to take a close-up of it and all that, correct?
Yes, correct.
While I'm looking for that, I see another photo I'd like to ask you about, 22NN. We were just talking about some areas that were not swabbed. I see over here as well on the right side of the wall. Was that swabbed?
No.
And it looks like we can see a little bit clearer what's between 9 and
it's
10
like a smudge.
on the back of the wall above 9 and 10. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the same, that was not swabbed, correct?
Correct.
Not everything gets swabbed, lady.
22RR. And of course, all these photos are taken right by you, correct?
Yes, correct.
There's an area here where we have the comforter under yellow evidence marker 11. I see some areas of blood here. The best I can describe is it's almost like I described earlier, in almost an area of a U shape where the comforter is going around it, semicircular. Do you see this area I'm speaking of?
Yes.
And it is near the back of the bunk bed, near the wall, near the frame. Was any of that swabbed?
No.
Okay. We can see some of the other red substance I was speaking of down on the lower right portion as well. This red substance here, was that swabbed to determine whose blood that was?
No.
Okay. Same photograph over here on the back ledge of the bunk bed, which is gray up against the wall. We have an area right here. I am circling that. It is on the top ledge, just above, say, the right side of the comforter. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. Did you swab that to determine whose blood that was?
No.
Okay. Over same exhibit, more towards the left of the comforter or more west, we have an area here I am circling. Was that swabbed?
No.
We're on the same exhibit as well. We're getting up more towards the west end over by where the pillow is going to be. And we have this area here. That's going to be below your damage B and your marker A. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's close, close in that area. All of this blood here, do you know whose blood that is?
No.
Did you swab that?
No.
Okay. There's also some other areas that I see. I am pointing to below that amount of substance. Still again to the west and to the left of the Mandalorian comforter, pointing it out for the jury. Was that swabbed?
No.
Okay. (22EEE). Is this the mattress in which was cut open to get the projectile out of it?
Yes.
22DD. Is that the mattress as you are taking the layers off to expose the projectile?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you have previously testified, have you not, and documented in your report something different than you testified here today. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. How did you find out that you had made a mistake?
I misspoke when I was writing mine because we did bring it down to the bottom bunk. So I misspoke to say what mattress that was.
No worries. So when we are looking at the two exhibits, which is 22EEE and DDD, it's the same mattress.
Yes.
This is the mattress that was on the top bunk.
Correct.
That you got the projectile out of.
Correct.
Right. So when you testified under oath in your deposition and you wrote all throughout your report and property sheets that it was the projectile from the bottom bunk mattress, that was an error.
Correct. It was a misspokenness.
Okay. All right. Well, not just misspoken, it's in your reports too, right?
Right. But I'm saying the mattress that was on the bottom bunk that we brought down to the bottom bunk. But this was originally the top mattress.
Okay. And you documented your property receipts the same way, correct?
Correct.
Projectile from bottom bunk mattress.
Correct.
Oop. That's kind of a big oop.
Another picture here, 22RRR. Talked about this a little bit ago. Blurry there.
Nobody's perfect.
There we go. I am pointing to the area of red substance on the west side of the bunk bed in this photograph that is below yellow marker B. We see the rod. We see yellow marker A and green scale marker P. All right.
Yes.
This large substance here, was any of that tested to determine what child was in that area?
No.
22 SSS.
Smart.
Talked a little bit about this earlier, but on the eastern side or to the right of the photograph, this area of red substance, that was swabbed?
No.
Okay. And no swab is done to determine which child's potential blood that may be, correct?
Correct.
Right. All right. I found the photos.
So how do you know that they were right next to each other?
Okay.
How can you say that they're right next to each other if you don't know? See, I got questions. I would have tested that.
All right, so I want to talk now about what was recovered in the children's closet. I am going to show you what was marked for identification as Defense Exhibit 1. Ask you if you recognize this.
Yes.
Okay. And did you take that photograph?
Yes, I did.
And you processed and collected some of the items that were in that photograph, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move Defense Exhibit 1 into evidence and ask to publish.
All right, will be received.
Thank you.
I don't have an objection to any of the photos.
Okay. All right. So Defense Exhibit 1, is this the closet in the children's bedroom?
Yes.
And you located a purse. Give us an idea approximately, because I see a lot of things in the closet. Give me an idea where that purse is in this picture.
You can actually see the bag. It's that
That item.
the brown suede.
Okay. Let's say like right under the arm of what looks like a suede or leather jacket.
Yes.
Is that there? Okay. Now, did you collect that purse?
The purse, no.
Why?
I was not instructed to do so.
Nobody told you to collect it. So you don't know whose purse that even is.
Correct.
Now, there were some items inside that, however, you did collect.
Correct.
States 22, UUU. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that in fact the purse we were just speaking of with some items placed on top of it?
Yes.
And for the record, marked by evidence marker 19.
Yes.
Is that kind of marking everything in that photograph?
Yes.
So tell me what we're looking at in this photo.
This is the holster. There's a magazine and a box of ammunition.
Now that ammunition.
Why would it be in the
Let me
kids'
see
room?
Here.
Why would it be in the
In
kids'
case you need to
room?
refresh yourself. I have zoomed in on the state's exhibit. Please tell the jury what box of ammunition, what caliber you view from that purse.
Norma 380 auto.
And go ahead and tell us, Ms.
Why? Okay, why would that be in the kids' bedroom? See, gun owners, if you're gonna have a gun, you need to be responsible. You need to be responsible. I don't care. This is very concerning that it's in the child's bedroom. How are we not to know that the kids didn't get a hold of it? Oh, this is horrible. Oh.
Spader, if you don't mind, what are these other two items? One looking a little gold and one black. What are these?
A magazine and a holster.
Do you know what type of firearm can fit that magazine?
I do not.
What, if any, processing did you do with the box of ammo, the holster, or the magazine?
I did not process that.
The firearm that you collected in this case was a 380, correct?
It was a Glock 42.
Glock 42. It's 380 caliber.
Yes.
Okay. States 22P. This is what we have kind of called the baby's bassinet. This was in the children's room.
Yes.
Not too far from the bunk bed, correct?
Correct.
Right. And it is evidence, yellow evidence marker 7. What am I looking at here, Ms. Bader?
It is a piece of a gun holster clip.
What does it do? What does that do?
Couldn't tell you.
Oh, okay. So you don't know if like you cover the gun with it or you cover the
I'm pretty
magazine?
sure it clips off onto a holster, but I'm not a gun expert.
Oh, that's okay. All right. And then we see next to it what looks like a piece of chicken that may have been eaten in some sort of, styrofoam bowl. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. What, if any, processing did you do with this clip? Would you call it?
Yes.
Clip? What processing did you do with that clip that is found in the baby's bassinet, in a baby bassinet in the kids' room?
I did not process that.
And this is located, states 22C. So C. That was
This is
located not
crazy.
far from the bunk bed, correct?
Correct.
You had mentioned earlier an area of blood on the floor. That's kind of an area in which first responders put Jayla down. Were you aware of that?
I do not know that.
All right. And then you had seen a drop or two on a pillow that was on the ground.
Correct.
There was some potentially like on the door jamb and on the door coming in and out of this bedroom.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So do you collect the box of 380 ammo, the magazine, and the holster in evidence marker 19?
Yes.
Okay. But not the purse.
Correct.
Okay. Did you look inside the purse, inside the pockets to determine whose purse it was?
That was not my job.
Understood.
Hurry up, lady.
Did Detective Hobelman have any involvement with this lady's purse and the items inside of it?
Not that I can recall.
Okay, all right. Does he have to like handle the ammo or anything like that?
No.
Okay, all right. So you were the one that collected it, well, not the purse, but the items inside, put it into evidence and do no processing on it. That would be you.
Yes.
Under the direction of Detective Hobelman.
Correct.
All right, so basically in this case, you had projectile, like a hole in the wall, which you marked as A, correct?
Correct.
And that's going to be a yellow scale marker?
Yes.
Okay, so we had yellow scale marker A. That goes through the bathroom wall, which is going to be marked A1.
Yes.
Okay. Then it goes through the shower curtain, which is marked A2. And then A3, it ends up in the shower wall.
Yes.
Now that projectile was fairly damaged or squished, as we would describe it.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the caliber of that projectile as you sit here today?
I do not.
Now, in terms of B, the marking on the bed frame, there was green scale marker B.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, yellow?
Yes.
Okay, here, let me put a picture up. 22 RRR. And this is a good one because it's got the rod in it. So, damage B, because here's our A we just talked about, and our damage B. When you originally documented and spoke with us, did you believe that damage B went through and through the bunk bed?
When I originally documented it, yes.
So did Detective Hobelman, right?
Yes.
If you know. All right. So basically what damage B is, and I use the word nick or damage.
Okay.
It does not extend into the ledge here, and I'm pointing to the ledge above damage B, nor does that specific lineup go into the wall, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, so it's now labeled B, but then you have B1 and B2 that you originally labeled with Detective Hobelman, correct?
Correct.
Okay. B1 was believed to be a hole behind the wall, which I see here with the rod.
Yes.
Right? Okay. All right. So originally you guys thought that B had went through the bunk bed into the hole, which would be B1, and then into the wall in the bathroom, B2.
Correct.
All right. You then later determined at some point that B is unrelated to B1 and B2.
Yes.
Okay. Same photograph still up. Again, that rod here. Am I presuming then that where that goes into is going to be the hole in the wall and it'll be now B1?
Yes.
Okay. And coming to rest, 22 VVV, this is the area in which you were able to recover that projectile.
Yes.
All right. How is the condition of that one, which is B1 and B2?
Good.
Much better than the other one?
Yes.
Okay. Besides the projectile in the mattress and the projectile, the two from the bathroom, any other projectiles anywhere near the children's room or into the bathroom?
No.
Okay. And the children's bathroom or the side bathroom, not the master, that's going to be on the wall behind the children's bunk bed, right?
Yes. Correct.
Master bedroom. You were talking a lot about items found in the master bedroom. Let's talk about that. First of all, you did not find any blood or any damage in the master bedroom, correct?
Correct.
Now, you collected quite a bit in the master bedroom. Let's go over that. One thing you collected was on top of the dresser in the master bedroom, and that was a live round of a 9mm Luger.
Yes.
Okay. Now, so it's not a .380 caliber.
Correct.
All right. And in fact, you can't shoot a 9mm bullet in a .380, correct?
That's not for me to determine.
All right. We'll check with other people later. All right, next. S&W Mag R spent casings in the Adidas bag. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
All right. So spent, what does that mean, Ms. Bader?
That means the bullet has been fired.
So maybe somebody had went to a gun range and brought the casings home?
It's possible.
Something like that. All right. S&W Mag R, are those like rifles? Is that a shotgun? Is it just a larger caliber? What is that?
I do not know.
All right. You collected that.
Yes.
All right. And in fact, that's what we saw where you had a piece of brown paper down and you had all the items from the master bedroom on that.
Yes, correct.
All right. Also in the Adidas bag was 9mm Lugal toll ammo, again, spent casings. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
All right. Also in the Adidas bag, we had 9mm Luger toll ammo, NFCR spent casings. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
All right. Then we had 9mm Luger loose live rounds in that same dresser.
Yes.
All right. So it looks like there are no items in the master bedroom that are of .380 caliber, correct?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. The only .380 caliber was the items in the purse in the child's bedroom closet?
As far as I know.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know you answered. I apologize. I looked away. All right. Did you have any information or were you aware that Mr. Bass has a permit to carry concealed?
I did not know that.
Okay. Would that involve anything in which you were processing?
No.
Okay. Now, we have 2 adults that live in that house and share that master bedroom. Can you tell us all of these items that are not .380 caliber that you collected from the master bedroom? Do they belong to Mr. Bass, Mrs. Bass? Do we know?
I couldn't tell you.
And do you do any processing of all those items that are found in the master bedroom? Besides the gun?
No.
Covering stuff. Can you look at my notes? I don't want to have to repeat things I've already asked you. Now, the damage that we talked about a little bit ago in the bathroom, where we have the B1 and B2, and then we have the A1, 2, and 3, you cannot say for sure that is related to this incident, correct?
Correct.
But you have to document what you see, correct?
Correct.
The shower curtain, in which was part of projectile A, I believe it was A2, where it had went through the shower curtain. Was there an accompanying hole there?
Yes.
Was it collected?
Yes. The one at the A3 you're talking about? Yes.
Okay. Was the shower curtain collected?
No.
Okay. The magazine clip that we looked earlier, I may have asked you this, let me know. The magazine clip in the baby bassinet, you wasn't quite sure how it was used, correct? It was in the pink bassinet. No swab, no prints done, nothing on that, right?
Correct.
Yeah. You did attempt to lift prints off the firearm that you located, the .380 caliber or Glock 42, inside the drawer of the master bedroom. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you able to lift any prints?
Yes.
Or take photographs?
Photographs, yes.
Okay. Do you know any results?
I do not.
And you do not handle that, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now that Glock 42, which is a .380 caliber, you did swab it for potentially DNA.
I did.
Did you know any red substance at all on it anywhere?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And what areas of that Glock 42 did you swab?
Would have been the grip and the trigger, the slide and the sights, the barrel, and the magazines.
Okay. Typically to do if you have a firearm?
Yes.
I'm going to talk about now defense. Let's start with this. Defense 2A and B. Okay. Defense 2A. What am I looking at here, Ms. Bader?
This is an interior view of the front door.
Okay. And I see some potential red substance on that. What, if anything, did you do with this potential red substance that is on the back of the front door?
I photographed it.
Okay. This area down here, did you potentially note any pattern potentially for fingerprints?
No.
Okay. You didn't note any pattern, or you tried, couldn't get any?
I did not note.
All right. There was, in fact, also some red substance on the door handle itself, correct?
I do not recall that.
All right. We have defense 2B. Just a close-up, more closer photo you also took.
Any objection to their admission?
Oh, she had said no.
All right, they'll be received.
Sorry about that, Judge.
That's all right.
All right, we have some area down here as well that we can see better in defense 2B. Does that appear to be red substance?
It's a discoloration.
And these are the other 2 areas. Were you able to, you didn't swab these?
No.
Okay, why not?
To me, it was discoloration on the other side of the door.
Okay. Discoloration, but we do not know because you did not take a swab, correct?
Correct.
2C, defense 2C. What am I looking at here, Ms. Bader?
This is the back sliding glass door.
I am looking at this child's, what appears to be a child's like car toy that's pink, and it says sunshine on it. You see that?
Yes.
All right. There's some red substance. I don't know what it is. Right here in this area. For the record, I'm taking my pen and I'm just circling a little area of some red here on the child's car. Do you see what I'm speaking of?
I do.
Okay. Was that processed at all?
No, looking closer at it did not determine to be paint.
But you did not swab it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is the sliding glass door, so it's much further down the living room from the couch.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Because we had the couch first, and then we had the chair that had the 2 seats.
Yes.
Then we had the child's toy.
Yes.
All right.
All right, C will be admitted. Just checking the notes, Ms. Bader. Bear with me. All right. So let's talk about some work that you did in March of 2024. What were you asked to do in March of 2024?
I was asked to examine the Mandalorian blanket as well as the Batman blanket, and I was swabbing a area on the Mandalorian blanket.
And why were you swabbing an area? What were you swabbing it for?
I was swabbing a red substance that I had done a phenolphthalein test on, which tested positive for the presumption of blood.
Well, you did more than that, didn't you?
I took photographs.
Okay. Didn't you swab or look for possible GSR?
I did.
Okay. So when you have the Mandalorian comforter, how many areas did you test phenolphthalein for potential blood?
In this one, I was requested for the area number 6.
Okay. Area number 6?
Yes.
Right. And who was marking those? Were you marking areas of the scene or is that done later?
It's done later.
Okay. Do you do it back at headquarters?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you had a positive on area 6.
Yes.
Right. Took a swab for DNA.
Yes.
Took photographs.
Yes.
Right. Now, in terms of possible GSR, tell us about the camera that you used and the light source to try to bring out the GSR.
Sure. So I used 2 cameras. One was called a Fuji IR, which only deals with IR, which is how you're able to see possible gunshot residue. And then we have a Crime Light Auto, which is basically a newer version of technology that is also able to have the IR filter, and you can see it through that as well.
Okay. So you took how many swabs? Are you going to take swabs or are you just going to have these photographs?
Just photographs.
All right. So do you know the results as to whether there was any GSR on the Mandalorian comforter?
I do not.
Okay. And Ms. Bader, was it the Mandalorian comforter and the Batman blanket?
Just the Mandalorian.
Okay. And who had you do all this extra work?
That was a request by Detective Clay Holberman.
Holberman? Okay. And I know it goes without saying, what is GSR?
Gunshot residue.
Okay. And that's residue that may be left if a gun is shot or a person's holding a gun or in the area of the gun.
Yes, correct.
Were you asked to do anything else to test for GSR in this case?
No.
You don't do anything with Miss Jayla Bass herself, correct?
No.
And you don't attend the autopsy?
No.
Okay. May I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
When we were talking about the processing on the Mandalorian comforter with the ultraviolet light, what does IR mean? Please tell the jury.
Infrared.
So there was 2 different things you did to try to see if you could visualize the GSR.
Yes, just 2 different cameras.
And you collected a wallet at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. And did you collect the items inside the wallet?
Yes.
Okay. And inside the wallet, I think you saw a driver's license of Mr. Bass. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And in that wallet was his carry concealed permit for firearms. Do you remember that?
I do not recall.
Did you take photographs of everything inside the wallet?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor. Oh, sorry.
All right.
Defense counsel was asking you about some of the other live rounds that were found in the master bedroom. And she asked you, you wouldn't be able to determine who they belonged to. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And you agreed with her they could have belonged to Life Shirley or the defendant. You remember that?
Yes, correct.
Now, along with the opposing counsel kept calling it a women's purse, but the bag that was found in the children's bedroom, do you remember what it looked like? It was leather and it looked like it had 2 straps on it, like a backpack?
Yes.
So would you be able to determine who the owner of that backpack was?
No.
So you have no idea sitting here today, or when that backpack was found and you photographed, who owned it or who used it often, right?
Correct.
Would you have been able to determine from where it was found or photographs that you took who brought that backpack into the kid's bedroom and hid in that closet?
No.
Now, when you take an item like a firearm into evidence and secure it and swab it, help us understand. Do you swab the same areas every time for DNA?
With guns, typically, yes.
Tell the jury exactly where do you typically take swabs from on a firearm?
So with the guns, we take separate swabs. We'll do a grip and trigger swab, slide and sights, the magazine, and then the barrel.
Now, when you're talking about the slide and sights, I feel like grip is probably self-explanatory, the same with trigger. But when you're talking about slide and sights, help us understand what portion of the firearm are you talking about?
So the slide and sights, the slide is the top of the gun that you would pull back, and then the sights are the little dots on top that you use to help line up your shot.
So we have the slide, the sights, the trigger, and the handle. Specifically, what portion of the handle are we talking about here?
The trigger, the grip. Sorry.
Of the handle. What part of the handle?
Oh, the top part.
Now, you were shown several photos of the top bunk of the children's bedroom, and your attention was directed to several areas of red substance. Help the jury understand, as a crime scene investigator who has done this hundreds of times, how do you decide what area or what substance to swab and what area or what substance does not?
So in certain areas, there can be a lot of blood in scenes. It depends. We have had blood. Me specifically, I've had blood stain training that you are able to. I can't state what a specific blood stain is, but I could kind of tell what it is, and based on that, you determine which areas of substances from each area should be taken, not necessarily each blood swab.
When you are being trained on to be a crime scene investigator, it's help us understand. Is it like you can take an infinite amount of swabs per crime scene that you attend?
No.
Okay, help us understand what are the parameters that you're given when you go to a crime scene and you're being instructed and taught during this blood stain instruction of how to swab and where to swab.
So we work with the crime scene detective, and we determine with them what areas of, because they also know more at the time than we do. And we just kind of walk through and determine the areas that are, yeah. And then any areas back at crime scene is just kind of like how we process things. Like the gun is typical of taking those areas to swab.
At one point, you were shown a picture of a pink and purple blanket that was located on the bottom bunk of the children's bunk bed. Do you recall that photo?
Yes.
It looks like a little girl's blanket.
Yes.
Did you notice anything specific on that blanket, like show casings on top of it or red substance on top of it?
Not that I recall.
So did you locate anything of evidentiary value on that blanket on the bottom?
No.
May I have just a moment, Judge?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Sure. Can I ask one quick question? Sure.
I promise it's only one. This reader described the item that you found in the child's bedroom as a backpack. You, in fact, in your report and throughout your deposition, referred to it as a purse, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. All right. Anything else? All right, you can step down, ma'am. Thank you. She released from her
All right,
subpoena?
I think they're done for the day.
All right. Everybody good? All right. Would you like to go home for the day? Don't worry, I won't ask you this very often, but we're just for timing purposes I didn't want to take a break if you really would prefer just to get an early start anyway. You want to go home early because of the traffic and everything? Or just a break?
One says just a break, and the rest say we'll go home, Judge.
Let them go. All right, then we'll go ahead and break for the evening and get started same time and place tomorrow 8:45. Meet the bailiff so we can start promptly at 9. No coming to any definite fixed opinions on what you've heard thus far. No watching the news media or have any discussions about the case. So have a safe trip home. Enjoy your semi-early night because it won't
I
happen
think they
every
got
day.
some
And then I'll
arguments
see
to
you back here at
say, and
8:45 tomorrow. Have a
then
great night.
we'll be done.
All right.
Yeah, that's got to be tough, dude. That's definitely got to be tough. Whether you did or didn't do it, that's got to be tough. That's so got to be tough. And they're like crowded around him, like, sit down. Like, if you're gonna leave, leave. Oh, that's got to be tough. Okay, are you gonna keep the volume up, or what were we doing? What's we doing, lady? I don't know what else they're doing. I guess they're breaking for the day too. All right. So let me go ahead and stop this. Come here. Take you off. Make me big. So anyways, this case is really, 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 really tough. There was 2 adults in the house. I don't know why they had ammunition in the kid's bedroom in a bag. That's concerning to me. There was ammunition in another bag in the downstairs bedroom, master bedroom, where both the adults stay. The gun that did the pew pew was in a top drawer next to a wallet down in the main bedroom. Wow, this is a lot to unpack. There's certain big areas that they didn't even what do you call it? Oh shoot. That they didn't even swab to find out what kid was where, because in the opening statement, the state's opening statement was that the kids were next to each other when shot. Let me stop the screen. The kids were next to each other when they were shot. And I don't know if that's to be true. I don't know if the son got a hold of the gun. I mean, I got so many questions. I would hate to be on this jury because they would hate me. I got too many questions right now. So you got to prove to me that it was him. Got to prove to me that it wasn't somebody else. So I am going to do part 2. Hold on one moment. Okay, anyways, I'm back. So, it's just really tough. Like this case is tough. 2 babies, one is unalived. The little boy, he was he was shot in the head. He did make it, so I don't know if he was shot once, twice. I don't know. I know that the little girl was shot 3 times in the head. Whew. Boy, these child cases are hard for me. But still, like I said, I don't understand why both adults weren't detained at the time. I mean, I get like, yeah, you want somebody there at the hospital. You could have had them give you a number to a relative, and you could have called to and detain both of them. I don't think it's right that one sitting there holding the baby. How do you know that it wasn't her that did it? How do you know that he didn't stop her? And maybe when he was trying to secure the firearm, he did accidentally shoot his son. I got so many questions, not enough answers right now. It's still wide open, I guess. I don't know if they're going to call her as a witness or not. If they do, that is like the testimony I really want to watch. I want to know why they didn't swab certain areas, especially like big red areas. Like even the gun spatter on the bottom bunk on the wall. Like to me, that looked like somebody was shot there. That's just my opinion. I'm not a CSI and I'm not a police officer or police detective, but that's I watched enough, and I'm not, just because I watch CSI, but still, I've seen enough crime scenes that usually when there's a big splatter like that, it's because somebody was shot there. So, anyways, I just have so many questions. Like, I don't understand why they didn't detain both of them. Why it was only her. I mean, why it was only him. Why she got to go to the hospital while he's sitting in the back of the car. Why? Because he was calm. He didn't say much. I don't get. I'm not understanding. I want to know why you went the route you went. Like, to me, that if I was a detective on this case, let me just say, if I was a detective on this case, both of them would have been detained and questioned, and I would have called a family member to go sit at the hospital, find out what's going on, because yes, the family does need to know, and the family does need to be there, of course. And I get like the parents should be there for the babies. Like, I get that. But at the same time, like, Oh, it's so sad. It is so sad. At the same time, like, you can't just automatically I can't think of the word. You can't automatically assume, there we go, that it's one and not the other. I don't get that. I don't, and say that the boy did get a hold of the pew pew. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, you are the adults. Both of you should be charged with something. Like involuntary manslaughter or something like that. You know what I mean? Because you are the adult. You are a gun owner. If you are a gun owner, you do not have guns, ammunition, stuff like that in a child's reach. You don't. I don't care who you are. Even if it's downstairs in your closet or in your drawer, kids can get to that stuff. You need to have a gun safe. You need to have it. You need to have one of those. What are they? The little locks on there. I mean, you need to be smart. That's all I'm saying, because kids accidentally shoot kids every day, and it's sad. It is so sad. Like, we should protect our babies, and if we're gonna have something that's gonna protect our family, at the same time could hurt them, we need to be responsible enough to freaking keep that contained. If we're not around at all, we should be on that. We should lock it up, store it somewhere. Oh, this is so sad. But I have so many questions. I hope that they ask them, because right now I couldn't convict. There's no way I could convict. Maybe on the child abuse charges, but I can't convict on the others because I don't know if it's him. Did they GSR his hands? Did they check his hands? Did they check her hands? You get what I'm saying? Like, I know we don't like to see it. Like, we don't want to think that moms would do that. I don't like to think the dads would do that. I don't think any parent would. We can't see any other parent doing that. We don't understand the mindset. Some people go crazy. Was she trying to leave? Was he trying to leave? There was clothes on the bed. I just have so many freaking questions. But anyways, okay, I'm not going to keep this any longer. I have went 5 hours. And I'm going to come back and do part of day 2. That way I could do the second half of day 2 on what do you call it? Day 2. I'm gonna do the first half tonight, and then tomorrow I'll do the second half in the morning, and then the third day at night. I think that's what I'll do. And then the fourth day, so I'd be a day behind. So I'd watch the fourth day, and then on Saturday I could watch the fifth day. So that way, I'm getting my time in. I'm doing my thing. I hope that you come join me if you like to trial watch and just see what goes on in the justice system. Sometimes we get a bum rap, and I'm one of those people, like, you're innocent until proven guilty, and you haven't been proven guilty yet, bud. I can see the only thing is child abuse. I can understand the child abuse charges if with the gun being around the children, not locked up. Okay. But as far as the unaliving and the attempted unalivings, I can't do it. I can't do it right now. They haven't proved to me that it was him with the gun. They haven't proved to me that it wasn't the baby that got a hold of it. They haven't proved anything to me. So right now it's up in the air. There was 2 adults in the house. One child's deceased. The other one, he said, when they first got there, he accidentally discharged. How do you know that he wasn't taking it away from the son? And when he was trying to pull the magazine out, he accidentally discharged and hit his son. I just got so many questions. Like, I really do. Or her. How do we not know he was trying to take it away from her? You get what I'm saying? So anyways, I really enjoyed watching this. I hope I appreciate everybody that came in the chat and talked to me and watched for a little bit. Even if this isn't your thing, I really, truly, truly, truly appreciate your support. I really am trying to, get my 1K. I'm trying to get monetized. I want that YouTube money. Just give me the YouTube money. I care less about anything else. Let the company pay me. You know what I'm saying? They're holding me out. So let them pay me. But anyways, I appreciate each and every one of you. Make sure that you tell the people you love and care about that you love and care about them, because tomorrow's not promised and you don't know what anybody will do. And hug your babies tight. We should protect them. All right. Everybody stay blessed.
Turn me up, AV.
Put your eyes on me, yeah, like the spotlight. Recognize but showing love, then got my grind right. Ain't never since day one the love been on side. And since you got my back, I got your back for life. Yeah, pretty honesty. Know just what it is, I got it on me. And you hold me down, you like my homie. Just know I got you down, just what it gon' be. Definition of bestie, definition of friendship, definition of rider, definition relentless. She's a strong woman, she's a sweet lady, she's a great mother. Let your pain get achy. Yeah, I made that girl on YouTube. She never dims my light or put me in her dark mood. And I thank you, you appreciate it. You're my favorite girl on YouTube, and I can't fake it. You still got faith in me, make me feel like big. DJ Khaled voice, pretty hot. Who still got faith in me, make me feel like big. DJ Khaled voice, pretty hot. Yeah. Met Lil Shawty on this show called BDP, you know what I'm talking about? Shit. We been cool ever since, my nigga, you know what I'm talking about? Put your eyes on me, yeah, like the spotlight. Recognize me showing love, then got my grind right. Ain't never since day one the love been on side. And since you got my back, I got your back for life. Yeah, pretty honesty. Know just what it is, I got it on me. And you hold me down, you like my homie. Just know I got you down, just what it gon' be.